it to turn on, let alone start mixing and stuff. We'll work it out without a doubt. I mean, the beauty of this really is there's enough of you in here to think, in actual fact, this ain't a bad idea. We just need someone who knows what they're doing. But we'll get there. We'll get there. We'll persevere. It's funny, during the day, we've had bits working together, and then Jim came on and we couldn't hear him. And then I started looking into that, and it's just the combination of brain fry. Um, and then trying to work it out. So it's obviously not my Discord, but earlier through Mick, we managed to hear what people were saying live as well. At the moment, we're not, and I've got a feeling I need to stop going live, and we need Mick back in. But I'm not sure. If anybody else has got any ideas, feel free, and we'll just trial and error it, and we'll work it out.
Wolf, I got a question for you.
Go for it, my man.
Y'all have Odeon overseas, right?
We do.
So, like, I'm assuming they would show some different movies than what we probably see in the States. The main headlines might be the same, but I'm sure there's different films too, right? There's different actors, different political or famous people.
Pretty much, Scott. Whatever appears, yeah, for a picture, a movie, it's exactly the same over here. We tend to get them maybe a little bit later occasionally, a 1 or 2 days, but that isn't, I can't swear by that. That's not something I'm 100%. But the movie itself, we get the same sort of list of movies on the Odeon. What they do over here, though, is when a new film comes out, it will be everywhere. And then over time, it will go to certain cinemas in certain areas and new films will start appearing. So there's a bit of a rotation that they tend to use here.
Are all of the films they show, are they just like quote unquote blockbuster movies, like I would assume are usually being shown in the States, like American actors, or do they all have movies kind of specific for people across the pond, like people with, I would say, accents, but for you it wouldn't be an accent.
No, it's exactly the same here as what you see. So if we have a British-made film, Snatch, or what was the one that we had that was quite successful? The Sherlock Holmes movies that were released over here and stuff. When if they're made in the UK and go to you, I'd assume it's all the same as what I watch and what I hear, and the same actors. And then anything that's made out in the US or anywhere else that appears over in these cinemas in the Odeon, or any of the cinemas, but the Odeon, is identical. So there is no difference. It's kind of funny when I talk, a lot of people in America are very kind about my accent. Well, it's the same over here for us when we hear different American accents. So we have, we have exactly that same fondness. We can sit and listen to American accents, people talking from America all day for exactly the same reason as people kind of like it when I and others from the UK speak. So for
I guess
cinema and films, it's the same.
I guess the root of my question really would be if there were different films, because y'all have different, pop actors or just different, people. I thought it would be cool if the U.S. at AMC's we show like films that may only be shown in it on the Odeons over where you're at, and then vice versa. But I mean, I'm assuming most American films are probably broadcast, I would assume, kind of everywhere.
Yeah, I think if you get into the indie films, maybe, smaller budgeted films, there might be special showings in the Odeon cinema. Now, whether they do the same in the US, I obviously don't know. Um, but in the UK, you might have a few smaller production films that will appear. I'm aware that Adam Aaron, actually, if I think about it, there was a new hire last year, maybe the end of the year before, there was a new hire, and one of the things that lady had done in a previous workplace was exactly that. So with talk of down the rabbit hole, for instance, it seemed like a perfect opportunity. So it would have been, yeah, it would have been probably last year, middle to the end of last year, where I spotted that this new person had took up this role. So like I say, if it's smaller budget, it might appear in one or two or scattered different ones. But the big blockbuster movies, the ones that we're all enjoying at the moment, they're shown right throughout all the Odeons in the UK, same as the US. So
Was one of our new board of directors, wasn't it?
Yeah, I believe it was, and it was
A
sometime
film.
last year. I can't remember the lady's name.
I'll pull it up. Or two.
Thank you, Brian.
D. Clark. Hang on.
While you're doing that, Fon, Joe, if you can still hear me, I
Yep.
know earlier when, I know earlier when Mick was in here, I know he was the one that was dealing with the Discord side so that we could hear it, but it meant he had to share his screen, I believe. He's had to shoot out and just sort a couple of bits out, but I think we'll leave it as it is for now, but we'll work it out before we finish. So we've got about another 17 hours.
Yeah, I think if you share your Discord screen and the chat comes up in the live stream, then the audio should come back through.
Right, let me have a look while Bonnie's checking that info out.
Wolfie, it was Carrie Putnam. Been on since January 1st, 2023. She's creative producer, strategic advisor, senior media executive who has supported and developed and produced old original content from new and established talent throughout her career. In 2022, Putnam Pictures produced film and television from creators with distinct and adventurous vision. Prior to that, in 2010 to 2021, served as the CEO of the Sundance Institute, which she ran the Sundance Film Festival. And like a horrible echo. So yeah, it was Carrie Putnam. And then we've also got Dee Clark, who joined us in January. And she's the one who's the Global Information Technology Executive.
Yeah.
Technical groups of consumer giants, Estee Lauder, Hasbro, Mattel, Warner Music, MCI System House, and Apple Computers. Independent director of United Natural Foods. So two amazing members, strong females who are very established in their careers in their fields.
Yeah.
We also have the Frito-Lay's woman.
Yeah, they look like good hires at the time. So thank you for bringing that up, because obviously, that ain't a bad bit of info to be aware of. So if we're hiring good people like that who've done well in their career so far, let's hope they do even better moving forwards for us, for AMC and that. So I'm going to just mute for a while. Carry on everything you're doing. It's fantastic to see, honestly, really is. We need to work out how we're going to get the Discord chat in the live so that we can drag in all the communities together.
Yeah.
And,
if I go off mute in Restream and you go on mute, it will play the Discord chat. That's where we were getting the echo earlier. So I put my mic right close to where my phone speaker is so that it will come through. That's kind of the low tech. Oh, there we go. I can hear it coming through the headphones now. So I think you're good.
I'm running again.
Can you guys still hear?
Yeah. Yeah.
We're getting the feedback.
It's repeating.
and now?
Not getting any feedback now, but I'm also not hearing it through the headphones anymore.
Joel, I think I know what your problem is. Grab that guitar behind you, and proper mic checks have to be done with guitars in front of you. Otherwise, it just don't work out.
Support that decision.
Sir, you have
Joel, it was so funny. Last night, Fondoodle was playing in Elmo's Space, and somebody from our community made him an ape. He's not an ape, so somebody sent him some AMC and ape through Cash App. It's hilarious.
Oh, that's funny. It seems to be coming through now, Wolfie. I can hear it on both the live stream and on the Discord chat.
Joe, you know how to keep a hedge fund manager from drowning, right?
How's that?
Take your foot off his head.
Jim.
That sounds like a converted
Jim,
lawyer
Jim.
joke. Is that a converted lawyer joke
Yes.
that you just put out there?
Yes, it absolutely. But you could, it's all inclusive.
Yeah, I like it. It's good. My dad was a lawyer, so I heard a lot of those before. It reminds me a lot of a lawyer. Like this one. What's the difference between a dead hedge fund manager in the street and a snake? There's tread marks before the snake. Man, I used to hear
I like it.
yeah, my dad used to tell all those kind of jokes all the time as a lawyer. It was pretty funny.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Growing up as a kid though, they're not very funny. As a kid, you just listen to your parents say those jokes and they're not really funny until you get older and you're like, "Oh, now I
You
know why
smile
that was so
now.
funny." Yeah, I know. Yeah.
I used to go to church
Joe,
with a hedge fund manager for Goldman Sachs. Now I have to find out everything I know about hedge fund managers. No wonder he had to go to church.
What state is this in? California?
Washington.
Okay.
He lived in California when he was a hedge fund manager. But yeah,
The reason I ask is
I was
because
like, yeah,
my mom said the same exact story before, and the guy was in California, so I'm wondering if it's the same guy.
yeah. Well, I'm sure that there's a whole lineup of them that should be in there confessing their sins.
Yep.
Yeah.
It must be nice to be able to walk away with your with all your money intact when you've lost everybody else's, and you just walk away, start up a new company someplace else under a different name, just to
Yeah.
rinse and repeat the entire cycle all over again of collecting people's money and losing it while you collect a paycheck. It must be pretty rewarding.
You would
hey,
think that their name would get out there in a hurry, after they did that, right? But
Yeah.
no.
Whatever pads the
idea.
pockets.
Yep. Yeah, I don't appreciate my 401k, my own money being used against me.
Yeah.
I think we need to take, after this is all over, MOASS has happened, we clean Ken Griffin out of money. I think we need to take possession of his home, and that's where our museum will be.
Yeah. You have a need to have a
Too
Ken
many
Griffin.
people want to set it on fire.
You can kick him in the ass on the way by.
Yeah, yeah. Well, he'll be in the cage. For all of us to view. The ape cage.
Does it make everybody mad in here that the American taxpayers bailing out the banks 10 years later again?
Yeah.
That is half the reason why I'm here.
And it gives me more conviction
Yep.
to hang around and fight it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing. We have what they didn't have in 2008. I mean, with Occupy Wall Street, they didn't have this social media and this technology and these abilities to so much information and knowledge and, like Joel and Jay Brown always say, the knowledge that we share and we've gained over the last 2 years, that's our super strength, that's our power. And now when I'm on Twitter and I see people responding to FUD or articles or questioning things like Joel just questioned, the other day, the Kit Cap on, I can't remember which one it was, Joel, that you were responding to. And got a response from the company and got the attention of the CEO of our company, as he puts things in a professional, concise manner, which is not just like swearing at them, saying what's going on here. He's pointing out discrepancies. The knowledge.
Yeah, with TradingView.
When I see people responding with facts, the knowledge, and the information that's on the 8Ks or forward purchase agreement, or even this recent court filing, I'm like, you guys have educated yourselves. This is freaking phenomenal. And that's the power that we have. You can't take that away from anyone in our community that's taken the time to learn.
Yeah, I
So
think one of. Oh, go ahead, Jim.
Bonnie, I watched the Tony DeNaro video early this morning before any other information was going on, and he said that the lawsuit, the judge has done something, and it's kind of like back on the table. Is that correct?
Judge is what? I'm having a hard time hearing you.
The judge, in the lawsuit against the AMC state conversion or whatever it was, over in Delaware, that he denied something. So it's like lawsuit. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so yesterday, the settlement was reached. They had a mediation last week. So they started the mediation on the 28th of March, the court case. And the parties did come to an agreement, which was reached on the 2nd of April. So it would have been, I think it was. But the one stipulation of the settlement agreement was they needed the conversion and the reverse split to go ahead before they would be able to settle the class out. So obviously there was an injunction put forward to stop the conversion, which we all know about, and the judge is the only one that would be able to lift the injunction with an order allowing the conversion to go ahead. So she looked at it yesterday and she basically said, no, I'm not lifting status quo order. At first I was like, hang on a second, like what's happening? But the more I read it and the more I looked at everything that's going on, it made a lot of sense to me. So right now, at a point where the status quo order has not been lifted, so they have to go ahead with the depositions, which the plaintiffs haven't been cooperating so far based on what I'm seeing with the pleadings, because they had to send out a motion to compel them to attend the depositions, and they were supposed to be disposed by today, and they went ahead and did the mediation. So now they've got to reset the deposition, so I would imagine that'll be happening pretty quickly. But the motion to dismiss that has been filed by AMC is still on the table. Hasn't been.
Yeah, she hasn't ruled on that one yet.
But she has not, which is.
And I think the cool thing there is that you've got the issue with basically said that the plaintiff didn't provide a reason why the status quo order should be lifted. And because that was part of the integral section of what the operation of the case was agreed to at the beginning by both parties, she basically said, you haven't given me a good enough reason. I don't see any merits to the case yet. It needs to be tested. And
it's
if
not in the best interest of everyone.
Yeah, exactly. And if it's not in the best interest of everyone, she doesn't see a reason good enough to make it happen, right?
The funny thing is the discovery evidence. So, one of the guys is having a hard time, one of the main plaintiffs in the action is having a hard time producing his broker statements. So one of the
Yeah.
brokers who's closed down, the other two he's saying he doesn't have access to, but here's my Fidelity account. So, you know, just little things like that. It's just like, really, dude, like you're going to bring a lawsuit and you don't already have all of your evidence ready to produce. You're making excuses why you can't produce certain things. I have a feeling they don't want to be deposed in this matter.
Well, and I think if it goes to a deposition, like if it goes to an actual deposition, and the depositions don't go well, the judge could just say, okay, there's no merit to this case. I'll honor the motion to dismiss with prejudice. But I think it is telling that she hasn't ruled on that yet, because if she had strong feelings on it, pro or against, you'd think she would rule on it right away, like she did with the request to lift the status quo order. So, you know, it's important because a lot of people, when this order first came out, were upset by it, and you need to take a second to digest before you react, so that you go through all the different facets of what she's saying, because she left a whole ton of citations on that order to dismiss or to deny. So on the response to deny, she put all sorts of different citations of case law that does point towards her being like, look, you have to give me more than that to satisfy Rule 23. You have to give me more. And the plaintiff didn't do that. They just said, well, we both agree to lift it, so let's lift it so we can get our money and run.
It doesn't work that easy. She's going to dot her I's and cross her T's. So, Jim, I heard you reference the ape cage earlier. Let's just say the ape cage is rattling right now. I mean, we've seen it, right? So as soon as the settlement came out, AMC dropped 20% after hours. Now we're up 20% today now that the status quo order is not getting lifted. Like, things are shaken. Betray or be betrayed. Who's going to be, you know, one standing? It is very, very,
yeah, and I'm one of those that's very cautious on, you know, saying somebody's on our side or not. I don't know if this judge is, but what I will say about her is that she's very, very thorough, and she's playing it by the book, which to me is in our benefit, because I don't believe there's much merit to this case. I think that it's going to be very interesting to watch it all unfold, for sure.
Yeah, the lawsuit is straight BS.
Yeah.
It's almost, you put on Casey's tinfoil hat and say, Shitadell hired him to prolong this thing.
You know, it's interesting because there was people digging into these plaintiffs, and there are some of them who have filed many lawsuits. Like they're just one of those like case jumpers, litigation jumpers, or vexatious litigants. And it's interesting to see just the pattern in behavior. And I think that when they offered the settlement to everyone and not just the plaintiff, like the plaintiff class, not just the plaintiff, that kind of forced them to show their hand a little bit, because they can't say, oh, well, we're just going to get a cash payout. Well, no, it goes to the shareholders. And if you don't have any shares, you're not really going to benefit. But if you don't accept it, your case is not going to look very good, because you're saying you act in the best interest of all shareholders. That's what you're trying to portray in the lawsuit. But if you're not, you know, accepting something that would net benefit the shareholder class, what does that say about you, right?
And there's a lot going on. I mean, we have to remember as well, this section was filed prior to the vote count coming out. So
Hey, Vonnie?
Vonnie, a lot of
you're
parties that have been requested to produce documents. I know that Broadridge was one of them. You know, Broadridge is also producing documents in a number of other cases.
Vonnie, you sound like you're a mile away from your microphone. I can barely hear you.
Through a bankruptcy right now, and there's a whole the litigation going on there. Broadridge has been asked to produce documents in that case. So we've got the MMTLP. Did I say that right? I always get it screwed up. The whole community has a bunch of litigation going on. So there's a lot of eyes on the market manipulation right now, and I think they're just trying to figure out how best they can through this, right? While we hang out, we educate one another, we form friendships, bonds, eat lots of pop.
Bonnie, are you far away from your microphone right now?
I have my headphones in.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it was just sounding very far away.
Far
So
away
real
from
quick-
my mouth.
Real quick, Joel, I kind of missed out on the 87% thing, but is that what that is referencing? Something?
Well, 87% is like the amount of people who, or the amount of shareholders that were for the reverse split conversion, the increase in stock, increase in float, and the conversion, right? So that shows the majority of the shareholders that were eligible to vote wanted it to move forward. You know, they provide, like the company provided metrics on that kind of indisputable, and a lot of retail voted for it. Some people are still sour about that. You know, you're not going to please everybody.
Right. Well, listen, I got to run because my battery on my phone is about, it just came up, battery low, it's going to go dead. But I'll jump in back in this afternoon. Hey, I love you. I love everybody. You know, I love this community. I can't imagine being anywhere else in my life right now. It's so exciting, and I'll see y'all on the moon. Bye.
Yeah.
Right, Bonnie?
Have a good day, Jimmy.
Talk to you soon, Jim.
Yes. It'll be interesting. Like, you know, like we said, we've all learned a lot in this past 2 years, and this is, I've been involved in other companies where there's been court cases. Yes. Have I looked at the documents as closely and understood what was going on at the time? No, I haven't. To follow along closely to understand who's who in the zoo, what is being claimed, and how the courts are.
All right, I left the conversation again so I can run numbers. It is time for me to do numbers, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back over there when I go on break here after the numbers and make sure that I'm back in there. If you guys want to, if you want to be able to get into the live stream, I'm going to pin this to the top here. You can send a message to Mick Rooney 202021 on Twitter, and he can probably give you a link to that Discord to be able to talk. So if you guys want to be able to go back there, that's entirely up to you. I'll leave that up to you guys to contact him. Or you could also contact him. You could contact him through my Discord as well, as he's Mick182BHP. So if you see a Mick182BHP on my Discord, you can message him and ask him about getting a link to the Discord to be able to talk back there. Casey Yucca says, Casey, I'd rather talk on the back of the big tramp. I'm trying to be supportive. Yucca, to what it is that they got going on over there. So I'll tell you what. What I'll do is I'll open up our back of the big tramp to talk for the last portion of the day like we normally do. But until then, I'm probably going to have it just open to until that time, I'll probably do what they're doing. Yucca says, Casey, you do what you want. I normally do. Thank you, though. Yeah, so I'm just trying to be supportive, and plus I do like hearing the community speak. So, like many of you like to hear the community speak. So, all right, let's get to it. Let's get to these numbers here. See what we got going on. I'm gonna take you guys over to the other page here. I'm not gonna be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so you hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns specifically for me until you see the big tramp back up on the screen. Let's see here. Let's take a look at what we got going on. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect about 62% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. Right now, it's at 51.11% going through off exchanges. EDGX is at 15.28. The grand total 66.39%. That's about 4.39% higher than I would expect normally. CHX volume is 0.82% of the total daily volume with a 30-day average of 1.93, but the total amount of shares is 440,000 shares, and I get excited if it gets over 500 because that's a lot. Anything over 1 million, and I'm just like, woo! Just saying, whatever. TMI, I know, TMI. Off exchange for Ape, 49.93%. EDGX is 7.64. The combined total on that's 57.57%, or about 4.5% lower than it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 0. GME's CHX volume is sitting at 0.26 with a 30-day average of 0.25, so it is definitely elevated for the day, especially compared to what we've been seeing lately. Taking a look at Ortex data, as of an hour ago on AMC, there was approximately 215,000 shares having been borrowed. It's still the same value. This is kind of unusual to see happening. It does seem like it's stalling out a little bit here, but we have short share interest of the free float at 25.1%. Cost to borrow min is 7.94. Cost to borrow average is 878.5, and max is 1.05 thousand. Shares on loan for the day today is up by 20,000 shares. Ortex is estimating that no new short interest changed hands. It was a dead zero. No gains, no losses. And then that left our total shares on loan at 200.29 million shares on loan. Ape, as of an hour ago, had 333,000 shares having been returned. It's still the same value, leaving that short share interest of the free float at 5.6%. Cost to borrow min is at 6.53, average 8.4, max is 8.6. Shares on loan for the day-to-day decreased by 260,000 shares to 28.38 million shares on loan. Looking at what's next. Options. Highest amount of volume for the day today is earlier changed to $5 strike for the calls. That is still the case. It went from 38.5 thousand contracts to 43.4 thousand contracts. On puts, highest amount of puts purchases at a $4.50 strike. 15,000 contracts an hour ago. It's now 17,000 contracts. Market suggesting a closing price somewhere between $4.50 and $5 by the end of the day today. Taking a look at, oops, I forgot to move some screens. Hold on a second. I totally forgot to move my screens around. Taking a look at the combined price of AMC and Ape, we're currently at $6.40. I was shooting for $6.02 for the day today. We'll see if how close I end up hitting. But as it stands right now at $6.40, I think this is leaning a little bit more towards Apex for the win for the day today, where he had 503 to 803. So yeah, he's looking pretty decent right now. He's really close. Again, in regards to technical analysis, it's going to be really difficult for me to do with some of what's happened over the last couple of days of trading, Tuesday through today. It's been some wild, crazy stuff that doesn't normally happen due to some of the news that's occurred with the lawsuits. So I'm not even going to try. Orders by Fidelity customers. Due to the elevated amounts of volume that we're seeing, I would expect to see AMC and Ape have or be on this list of top 30 most heavily traded stocks. AMC slipping down the list a little bit here. Has a 41.89% buy at a 58.11% sell ratio. And Ape is also on this list, still with a 77.58% buy to 22.42% sell ratio. Looking really, really strong. GME does not appear to be on this list, which means they probably have low volume. Trigger price for SSR for the day-to-day on AMC would be at $3.65. Ape did trip today for SSR at 1.539. And shares available to borrow. Nothing's changed in the last hour. Fees were last seen at 322%. NASDAQ is up 0.51. Dow Jones is breaking even. S&P 500 is up 0.2. We have 3,370 advancers to 2,856 decliners. The market did a complete flip-flop and is more advancing now than it was, as same amount as it was declining an hour ago. So a little bit of a flip-flop in direction right now. Banks, we've got Silvergate down. I'm only looking for a swing. Any price change by plus or minus 3% as I'll read off here. Silvergate's down 3.74. And let's see here. That's the only other mover. That's the only mover that's above or below a 3% change. Everything else is underneath that. Ethereum Classic is, excuse me. Excuse me. Ethereum Classic is down 1.33%. DXY or the US dollar is down 0.05. WTI or oil is down 2.91. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.06 to 0.1, and SPY is up 0.23. We currently have the VIX down now 1.21%. VBR is down 0.01. VB is up 0.02. Tesla is down 0.08. Amazon is up 0.34. Cinemark is up 6.55. Doge is down 2.77. Bitcoin is down 0.09. GME is up 2.22. HYMC is up 8.09. Hood is up 2.62. Ape is down 9.06 at 1.555. And AMC is up 19.38 at 4.835. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day, there's approximately $3.3 million more outflow than inflow. 58.32 million shares traded so far after 170 minutes worth of trading. It's actually 169. Let's go 169. That comes out to 134.58 million shares traded by the end of the day today, and pre-market I suggested somewhere between 130 and 160. Starting to look like I'm not going to be able to hit those numbers as volume's starting to drop off unless we see some large amounts of volume hitting before 1 o'clock. Hopefully we do see that volume picking up before the end of the day. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure. No, sorry, scratch that, reverse it. It's the other way around. It is more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 59.22, which is above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 74.13. That is signaling overbought. On a 30-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 71.2, which is signaling overbought. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 56.53, which is above average. Taking a look at Ape, there is approximately $2.2 million more outflow than inflow. 22.32 million shares traded so far after 170 minutes of trading, putting us on a pace for 51.2 million shares traded by the end of the day today. This has tanked off way faster than I would have thought of on would have happened on Ape, and it's really surprising. I had a volume prediction which I knew was going to end up being high, but I had a volume prediction 90 to 130. But I kind of figured we end up seeing somewhere between 70 and 90 million for the day. To see us already down on a pace at 51.2 is really, really surprising to me. On a 4-hour time interval, there is more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 48.39. Which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 43.7, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 47.76, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 57.45, which is just slightly above average. And with that, that's all I've got for you guys. I'll come back over to the room here, see if you guys got anything else, any questions. I did get an autographed map of flat Earth from Casey. Very valuable. And now I know what to get you, Progiller, when we first meet for the very first time. I already know what I'm going to be getting you. You said it. Down we go says, flathead, no brain. Let's see here. Andrew says, Casey sells maps on the corner for his prime source of income. Nobzilla says, Casey sold me oceanfront property in Arizona and the Brooklyn Bridge, which, by the way, is in, if I'm not mistaken, it's at Lake Havasu, and I think that's in Arizona. I've been there. I almost got arrested. That's a story. Ooh. I've never been arrested before. I almost got arrested in Crazy Horse Campground at Lake Havasu, and I believe that's Arizona, if I'm not mistaken. I'd have to go look it up again. It's been since I was straight out of high school. I was 18 years old at the time, and me and a bunch of buddies decided that for spring break we were going to go to Lake Havasu, and this was way back in the day when MTV was doing their Lake Havasu little I don't even know what they call them, spring breaks. They did their spring break show there, and all the rest of my buddies got arrested except for me. All of them, every single one of them that went got arrested except for me. And I'll tell you why I wasn't arrested. One of my buddies was walking with a backpack full of alcohol. Mind you, we were all 18. Walking around, he had a full backpack full of alcohol stuffed in it. Three, two of the other guys had alcohol. No, I wasn't the snitch. No, hold on, just wait. I'm getting there. Two of the other guys had alcohol, had beers in their hands at the time, all 18. And I had my hand reaching into the backpack to pull out my beer. And I was fishing around, and suddenly somebody grabbed me by my arm and yanked me out of the backpack. And my hand happened to be clutched around a water bottle that was in the backpack at the time, because that was what I just happened to have my hands on. There happened to be some water bottles in there, and when I was jerked away from the backpack, the undercover police officer who was grabbing me saw the water bottle in my hand and threw me to the side as they arrested the other three guys that were there, because all I had in my hand was a water bottle. I was literally a hand shake away from being arrested with a beer in my hand, and I was so close to, and fortunately for my friends, I wasn't arrested because wait, what? Hold on a second. Fortunately, I wasn't arrested because I was the guy who was able to go get my friends when they were let go out of jail. So it would have been terrible if all of us had if all of us had been arrested and then nobody had a vehicle to pick anybody up. We would have had to walk all the way back to the campsite from downtown Havasu. Let me see, which wasn't too far, but I mean, it would have sucked. Island of Dr. Moreau saying, Casey, the news on Weeble, AMC will not do a reverse split after court ruling. Am I seeing this right? No, it just says until it receives a favorable court order. It doesn't say that at all. You got to read a little bit better here, buddy. It says AMC said it won't move forward with the plans for a reverse stock split or the conversion of its AMC preferred equity units into Class A common unless and until it receives a favorable court order. So, yeah, and it's not that's not what it's saying. It's not saying that they're not going to go through with it. It's just simply stating that they're waiting. They need a favorable court order in order to do so. So no, that's careful, man. Careful with how you read things. Be really, really careful, because it just takes one small little misinterpretation to go spreading rumors and it not being what it is. But anyways, I was the friend who got to go bail out my buddies in jail. The worst part about it was I almost got arrested a second time. I almost got arrested a second time because when the cop threw me to the side, they were focused on my other three friends and they forgot about me, and I was intoxicated at the time. And I'm watching my friends get all handcuffed and everything, thrown into a van. They literally had it. They pulled around a van. They were they were loading people up into this like van. They threw them into the back of the van and took them off. And I overheard one of the police officers saying that they were taking them downtown Lake Havasu to a courthouse or whatever. And so I decided that the right thing to do was for me to sober up and then get in my car and drive downtown to go pick him up. Well, Casey didn't decide to wait until he was completely sobered up, because Casey was panicking a little bit and was really worried about his friends and wanted to go get him as soon as possible. So Casey got into a car, my car, and if you know anything about where I'm talking about, Lake Havasu, Crazy Horse campsite, it's on a little peninsula. There's one road. It only has two ways off the peninsula. One side goes out one way, one side it goes around a peninsula. So it's a horseshoe type road. And so I pulled out of Crazy Horse, started heading out towards town, and there was a DUI checkpoint. There's a DUI checkpoint, so I did a U-turn and decided, I'll just drive out the other side. So I drive around to the other side of the exit that they had, and there was another DUI checkpoint, and I was like, shit, I already did a U-turn at the last one. If I drive out, if I make a U-turn here, they're gonna probably radio it in and be like, get that guy. So I'm like, I'm just gonna have to make it through this checkpoint, and so I just sat there and I waited and waited and waited, and when I was about 2 cars away from being the guy who they were gonna check next, they packed it all up and decided to close out the DUI checkpoint and ended it and just left. I've never seen it all pack up so fast and just disappear, but that's what they did. They packed it all up, gone, and so I was able to continue my way downtown to the courthouse to bail out my friends. It was probably the worst. That was one of the worst days. I don't ever want to do that again. That was way too stressful for me. I just don't do that kind of stuff anymore. I'm not that kind of person. Too much stress for me. Yeah, they had a paddy wagon. Craziest thing. I mean, they were just throwing people in that paddy wagon like crazy. I'd never seen anything like it except for in the movies. And it was legit happening like right in front of me. Like literally they were just grabbing people and just throwing them in the back of this, handcuffing them, reading them rights, and throwing them in the back of this paddy wagon. I've never seen people collected like that in one spot before. It was Jake says it makes for a good story though. Yeah, but I don't like those kind of stories. They don't usually have good outcomes. One of the buddies was going into the military, and he almost didn't they almost didn't let him into the military because of that whole incident. If the judge had decided to throw the book at him, he wouldn't have gotten into the military. And instead, when he had to go before the judge, he told the judge that he was um, going into ROTC, and that this would basically prevent him from going into ROTC. And the judge, I don't remember. The judge just said time served is good enough or whatever. The judge wrote it off and said, go do your service and let him go, which was kind of cool, but he was definitely guilty. Pirateborn says every sucker they grabbed was 1,000 in the county coffers. Business as usual. Actually, you know what? It's funny you should say that because I think that is, now that you say $1,000, I think that actually is how much they had to pay. It was something really close to that. Oh, and here was the other thing. Out of the 3 that went into jail, 2 of them were over 18. One was under 18. He was 17. His parents we were all living in San Diego. His parents had to drive out to where we were at in Lake Havasu to pick him up. They wouldn't release him because he was under the age of 18 on his own accord. Oh man, his parents were so pissed. So pissed. Yeah, he got it good. Uh, it sucked for him. He was the one that had to spend the worst part about it was is he had to spend the night in the jail. The rest of the guys got out. I think most of the rest of the guys got out that night. I had him. The other 2 guys I had out by that night, but the third one he ended up spending the night overnight in jail, and he was the youngest of the 3. Which of course we gave him all kinds of crap about afterwards. We were like, "Oh yeah, you're no longer a virgin anymore, are you?" you want to you want to you went to Lake Havasu thinking you were gonna get some. You got some. Oh man, we gave him so much crap about it. Oh man, and he would get so pissed. He was like, we don't talk. He's like, we're not talking about this shit. And he would get so pissed if we talked about it. He got in a lot of trouble from his parents. Birds of a feather, Shaw. Whatever. No, 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 no. Not true. We actually went back. We went back again, and the second time we went, or I can't remember which was the first time, which was the second time, but one of the 2 times was a good time. I remember that. I don't remember which one was which, but I know one of the times we went was a really good time, and we had like crap tons of fun. Coolest thing I've ever seen. They've got this thing called there's this place on Lake Havasu called Copper Canyon, and MTV showed that it was always that place where all the boats were tied up together, and all the people were jumping off the cliffs. For those of you who are old enough to remember, you probably remember seeing it on TV on MTV. People were jumping off this like 40 or 50-foot cliff into the water, and then all these boats are just tied up, and everybody's got like music blaring, and there was so much things that a young adult hasn't seen in his life seeing for the very first time. it was it was really it was quite the event. It was quite the event. JP, it's good to see you, man. You know what, Mike? I've said this on many occasions. That one moment in my life could have changed my entire future, my entire life. Just that one small moment, a day, one day in my life could have changed everything for me for the future. And I'm telling you, Mike, I can't even, like, as a kid, when you're a kid and you're making dumb decisions in life, you have no clue how important those decisions are for you for the rest of your life. I cannot even, like, I wish I could impress that upon my kids. Every decision that you make will change who you become in the future. And I totally agree with what it is that you're saying, Mike, because I'm almost certain that it had things turned out differently for me that day, um, I wouldn't be who I am. I wouldn't be the same person that I am today. I was extremely lucky. Cuddy Cut, it's good to see you, man. I really would. I would be just a completely different person. Probably, probably not in a good way. Actually, I know not in a good way. No, I don't tell my kids this story. Tech we love. It is probably a great lesson to tell them, but um, here's my problem, Tech, and I've seen this when it comes to like tutoring. Being a musician, you train, you teach people to play music, and the one thing that I find is that, like, it's really easy to help teach people who aren't your kids, but when they're your kids, they never listen to you like they would somebody else, like a complete stranger. So me telling them these stories isn't going to necessarily help them. Hearing these kind of stories from people who are complete strangers maybe might help them. But hearing it from me, it's not going to help. And it's just something that I've seen over time from having taught younger children before, that it just it's different coming from somebody that's not their parent. So in regards to being a parent, um, you do the best that you can to raise your children and teach them the differences between what's right and what's wrong, and then you let them figure out the rest on their own. And the more that you try to intervene and change who they are or why they are the way they are, the further you're going to get to away from what it is that you want to see as an outcome for your child. They have to learn things on their own. If they don't learn it on their own, they're just never going to figure it out. It's kind of like in trading in the marketplace. I can sit here and tell you how to make good trades all day long, but until you actually lose your own money, you're never really fully going to learn, and you're going to have to make mistakes. It's that way for everybody. I don't put it past anybody here to make mistakes. It happens. It's part of life, and it's part of the learning process. Is just you have to learn lessons, and I don't know. It sucks, but you're there for the kids when they need you afterwards. So that's the big part. That's what's important. Christian says, I feel like, Casey, I had 3 felonies in my 20s, but thankfully they all got dismissed, but never mentioned that to my kids. I try to raise them and give them a better life. That's what yeah. Teach them the rights and wrongs, and then let them make their own decisions. But don't force them to learn your lessons. Your lessons are for you. They can learn from our mistakes, Deb. They absolutely can, but not when we're trying to impress upon them what it is that we've learned. You know what I'm saying? Like, more or less just like learning from like observation. I gotta take a break, guys. If I don't take one now, I'm not gonna get one. So I better go take a break. I am gonna go back to the Discord. I'm gonna let them know that I'm gonna just have it running. So I'm gonna go back over to that Discord real quick here.
But then again, just like you say, the reason I am here today is because I was laid up in hospital and I had nothing else to do. I was incapacitated. I couldn't walk for a long period of time. And
Mick,
yeah,
sorry to interrupt you, mate, but I'd like that because we're going to start getting more people come in. I'd love that.
Community and these people and, you know, these
Hang on,
friendships
Von.
that we've made.
Hang on, Von.
Is that true?
Hang on.
Anyway, during
If-
COVID as well, I mean, that must have been scary being in the hospital during all the COVID stuff and not knowing what's going on with that too.
Right, hang on a moment, Von. Mick, what I need you to do is Jay Brown's just rang me and
There's so
helped me out.
many, you know, testimonies in this community, and like Wolfie said, you know, when we look back over 2 years and the people that we've met and things that they've shared with us and they've been through, it really is community. That is, you know, sharing experiences and holding each other up through tough times. I mean, we just had one in the community who came into our space on Sunday morning. We were doing a physical health space, and he came in and he was clearly shaken up, and you know, basically just asked him like, what's going on? And Wolfie's trying to talk.
Brilliant. Give us a second, Von. Mick, can you hear me?
yeah, I can hear you.
All right, brilliant. Jay Brown's been on to me and he's
Are
helped
you
me
there?
solve an issue for me. So can you log out of Discord
Okay.
and then because you've got your computer up and you're using Restream the same as me, you're using one mic for both.
Okay.
So what we need to do is for you to log out of Discord,
Yep.
log back in, but use your phone as a secondary mic.
Okay.
And then it should stop all the feedback, and then we'll get the noise, because at the moment what's being talked about in the Discord isn't live on YouTube. Because the
Okay.
moment you put your camera on and you're using the two, it cuts the other one out. That's all.
Right. Well, currently I have Discord on the computer and I have Restream on the phone. So I'm already doing that. Now I'm muted on Restream just because we were getting that feedback issue. If I turn the mic on, you get that horrible echo.
Right.
Doing the same. I've got Restream muted and just live on the Discord.
Yeah.
And are you using two different mics? You know, your computer and a phone, or your computer and an iPad, or is it all on the same one, Joel?
Yeah, I've got my Bluetooth headset for the computer, and the phone is the one I'm using for our Discord audio.
Right. Okay. Now I'm knowing
Basically, that is the inverse of what Mick is doing. He's got Restream on a phone. I've got it on the desktop.
Right.
Yeah.
So I'm now in Discord. On the computer, I've got the Discord up, obviously, to show it on YouTube. But I'm muted on there. And I'm using the microphone on mine. So if you now mute on Restream and use your phone microphone to talk on there, let's see if that works.
Okay, so I'm gonna mute here.
Yep. No, don't mute here. Leave that on. Wherever you just muted, turn back on. Oh, hang on. Yeah, of course, because that's where you're restreaming. So that hasn't worked either. Right, put that back on, mate. Unbelievably tough. Tougher than it probably is.
Yeah, because if I try this, I'll just turn it on briefly, but you're probably getting a feedback now, are you? Are you hearing me in both?
I can hear you. I'm not getting any feedback.
Yeah, well, that's both mics unmuted now.
But you've
Discord.
got, yeah, you've got the mic unmuted on the Discord, which is on the computer,
Yeah.
and the mic unmuted on
Restream.
Restream.
Yeah.
Right. Usual carry on chatting. I'm going to see if that's corrected the issue regarding hearing Discord on the live stream on YouTube.
No problem.
Sounds good.
Sorry, Vonnie, you got cut off there, but you were chatting.
Good. I'm always chatting. I couldn't hear Wolfie, so I'm gonna try to figure out. I think I'm gonna go on the YouTube on my phone and but I can hear what's going on over there.
No worries.
Yeah, no worries at all. It's all good.
It's been a long day.
Yeah, you guys have been at this now 8 hours?
Well, we started at 8 a.m. this morning our time, so that's what we're coming on to 9 hours.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Streaming this for 9 hours?
Yep.
Yeah, they started at 9 a.m. London time.
Yep.
So
We came on at 8 to.
Well,
We came on at
good thing I
8.
didn't hop on last night.
and now Casey's back, and I, as I said to him earlier, I have a whole new appreciation for what he does. Trust me.
Oh yeah.
You are you're one of two things. You're either completely insane or you are just a machine.
Machine.
JC's both. He's both.
Both.
It's like when we do space marathons. I did one 2 weekends ago, 9 hours, and I'm like, how did we do 9 hours on a space call? This is crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy.
The time
Crazy.
just goes by. I mean, people come in, people leave, and been really having fun doing the music spaces on the weekend.
And obviously now, Casey, you've probably stopped streaming and you're running on, obviously, to be in here.
No. I'm still streaming it. I'm supposed to be on break right now, but I'm going to keep you guys going because I wanted to support this and just let people know. And I've also sent people your direction on Twitter for DMs so that in case people wanted to come into this Discord to talk, I sent them your direction for a link for that. So I'll let you choose who you want to.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. I didn't want to just pass out information without your approval. So. Anybody
No
who's
problem.
and I think I put up your Twitter name on my page so that people would see that and they can just DM you or follow you or whatever and get back here. But I just wanted to show support, and I'll just I'm gonna take a little 30-minute break here or so.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Not a problem.
Yeah, no, this is such a cool idea too, and one of those things where you have all these different mediums that we can communicate and bring them all together and kind of have this marathon community space where people can just chat. And one of the things that you mentioned there, Mick, was your struggle with your health, and I wanted to let you know you're not alone there, man. Like, there's lots of people in the community that are going through stuff, and anytime you need to reach out, just even to vent, you can always hit me up, right?
I appreciate that.
Or Twitter, it doesn't matter. Yeah, I know it's hard.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And that's one of the great things about this whole community, that everybody's in it for each other and they can help each other out, and be it health, be it mechanical issues, be it whatever, they all can jump on, speak, have it out, and it really, really helps.
Yeah, it does. I know how much it's helped me. Just even when I'm having a tough day and being able to reach out to people, it's incredible, actually.
Amazing. Yeah. No, I know. Sorry, Vonnie, go ahead.
No, it's okay. Joe makes my phone fall off my table.
Yep.
I remember one day he started, I don't know what it was. I think he just were doing a Twitter thing and was going through and liking everything I had tweeted for like the last 2 days. And I'm at dinner and my phone was on the edge of the table and it was on vibrate and it started bouncing around and it fell off the table. And I'm like, oh, what are you doing? He's like, oh, I haven't been liking posts lately. I'm like, you just made my phone fall crazy. Yeah, but that's what
Yeah.
we do, you know, and that's one of the coolest things is like I can tell when I hop on a space if Joel's in there and he's talking, I know what kind of mood he's in. I know if he's having a tough pain day because, you know, pain is a big thing for Joel. And I can say, hey, how are you doing today? Because I can hear it in your voice, that you might be struggling a little bit. Same thing with our music spaces. I never thought that I would be able to tell somebody is feeling, like Stash, Nachi, even Fawn. I can tell just by the way they're singing or their choice of songs what kind of mood they're in that day. Just is to now do that just through sound, through voice.
Yeah.
And I think that is a huge skill that people in our community have developed, being able to really actively listen is happening and how people are communicating. It's super cool. You guys know me. I love everything. I'm the happy Canadian. I know some of the Americans don't like that. If that's
Yeah.
what you have to say bad about me, why is Bonnie always happy? Well, I mean, there could be worse things you could say, so whatever.
Oh, for sure. For sure. You
I
know,
have
it's
bad days too.
yeah. We all do.
Right, my lovely people.
There we go. Bonnie, can you hear him now?
Can you hear me, Bonnie?
Wolfie.
You can?
Is that a yes or a no?
No, I can't hear him.
Oh, that's wild.
I'm only hearing you. Should I go out and come back in? Like, is this like a Twitter space? I don't know.
It might be. You might have the Discord twerpies.
Yeah, I'm
Let me
not
go
sure
and
what
come
that
back in.
is.
1 second.
Yeah,
Okay, we'll try.
out and come back.
Is everyone else in Discord? Can everyone else hear me okay? We've got Drunner033, Jimmy Cap, Doc Breezy, Casey, Alan Hardesty, good to see you all. Obviously, Joel, Nick,
On chat, that'd be great.
he's back in, so hopefully she can hear me now.
I can, and we do have emojis on this. What is going on?
Yeah, there are emojis.
Right.
There,
So,
there
fantastic
wasn't
news.
5 minutes ago.
Ah, that's right. The fantastic news now is all day this technical side. I'm not computer literate by any means, but we struggled through. But it now finally looks like everything is operating exactly how it should. So, for people to make a note, in case you wish to do this and you're not as silly as me, but just so that you know, the restream has got to be mic on, camera on, and share screen on. At least on this software, that's what needs. You then need to use, and a big, big, big thank you to Jay Brown, you need to use your phone as a second microphone for Discord. And then when I log into Discord and bring it up on the screen to share it on YouTube so you can see the people that wanted to appear live and the people that wanted to appear in the voice chat, that has to be on mute. So even though it shows me in the Discord and it's showing me as muted on my end, on my phone is what I'm talking through for Discord. So it sounds a bit confusing, but it isn't. And then at the moment on Restream, we've now got myself, Joel, Mick, and Kershaw has now thankfully been able to join us. Got a couple of topics she'd like to discuss, and perfect with the people that are here today. So I can finally breathe, people.
That's awesome, Wolfie. I'm glad.
Oh, we got there. So I'd like to welcome Kershaw. Hopefully we'll be able to hear you. But if Kershaw's around, she'll jump in when she's ready. But yeah, back to all the yous now. I'll relax, I'll chill out, and then I'll come in and contribute in a little bit.
Yeah, no worries. Kershaw, the floor is yours as soon as you're ready.
How do I jump in? It says backstage. Wait 1 second, because I've even managed to work that out. It might be.
Bring her in the show.
Yeah, let me find. I've hit the button. Oh, I've forgotten where the button is. Where's the bloody button gone? Runway Kershaw. 1 second. Let's bring you.
Yeah, I think that's it there.
Looks like it. Don't need to maximise. No, there's something in the background on here somewhere. I'll find it, don't worry. I hope. I don't want to remove you. You've only just got it. Give me a second, Kershaw. Oh, just when you think you've got it all sussed. Bosh. I know, I can have up to 10.
Yeah, she's added there. Her video is not on, and her audio is not on. So that could be a setting for her end that she has to toggle on.
I think it's Kershaw's end. Because I know people have joined in the back, but when I click on invite guests.
Yeah, she's there.
Perfect.
So Kershaw, if you look down at the bottom of your screen, or if you press M, it'll unmute you. If you press V, it will turn your video on. That is if you want to be on video. If you just want to speak, that's fine. There you go.
Say it again. What should I do?
Well, if you hit M, it'll take you off mute. If you hit V, well, on this screen, it'll turn your camera on or off.
And then you might have to click the button to turn it round.
Yeah.
If you want to.
Because right now we're seeing a black screen on the video there, but
that's pretty cool.
At least we can hear you now.
True.
At least we could for a second there. Yeah, the technical difficulties are crazy, aren't they?
Yeah, it's literally been one. Yes. Yes.
But you don't see me.
Not yet.
Where does this go wrong?
It's quite possibly that. Have you got a phone with a cover and you've got the cover closed over the camera? Because if you have. Okay. In that case, can't help you.
You know what? I'm going to mute myself and I'm going to ask one of my boys to help me.
No problem.
Give me a few.
Okay.
All
I
good.
can see Alan's joined the chat as well, which is great to see. Do you have a slider across your camera if on a laptop? Yeah, good point, Alan. When the community comes together, there's nothing better.
Oh, for sure.
Probably should reword that, but you got the gist.
Yeah. Oh, this has been a lot of fun, Wolfie. I'm glad you put this together.
I'm really chuffed you made it, Joe. I know you got your hands full, obviously, with a baby and a family life and stuff.
Yeah.
And it's great to see others coming in. So I've never heard Jim speak before. And that's probably been the most stressful part of the entire day because I listened to what he said on Discord, but nobody else heard him. So can you come on and say it again on the other? Come in the restream and speak live there. And I think people were really chuffed that you managed to do it in the end. But honestly, it was like pulling my hair out. How can I help this man? But you got there in the end. He's no quitter. He's Jim. He kept going, bless him.
Yeah, he's definitely a resilient fellow, that guy. He just keeps on slogging through. He'll figure it out eventually, right?
Indeed, we all have. So, Kershaw, alive and well.
You know what we did?
Took the slider off.
Little button for the camera. It was just like, and his eyes were rolling up.
Well, now we've got a nice crowd, so we've got some really great people in the Discord. You've now kindly joined us, Kershaw. It's great to see you again. We've got Mick, who's my other half in this, at least, putting it all together. In actual fact, 90% Mick, 10% me. And now we got Joel, who's stepped into the hot seat. He's looking after everyone. So it's glad to have you here. I hope the question we answered earlier for the young adults you had round, Joe, went down. People appreciated it because it was a bit of a spur of the moment and we weren't sure.
Nice.
Good.
And I did it for just the end of the lesson because I thought if I do it for a longer time, they have a problem with English, with languages in general. And I thought, well, maybe just a few minutes. What would you like to ask? Are we really going to go live? Look, I said, yeah, if you want to. They liked it.
Good.
Good.
Good. I'm chuffed.
Thank you.
So, as well as meeting you at Holloway Lux in London, and you very kindly, and I'll never forget it, made a ticket available, bless you. We had a couple of really good days there.
Yeah.
We enjoyed meeting everyone. It was a fantastic experience. For anybody who hasn't, yes, Alan was quite right, and a few others. Anyone who's never had the opportunity to have a get-together with apes, but people you don't know, I don't know too many come in a big group or, 5 or 6. It was either singles, 1 or 2s, 1, 2, 3 people, but everyone interacted well. It was just a fantastic experience. And of course, meeting,
It's so nice.
yeah, of course, meeting the CEO himself, but we had a couple of beers, we had a lot of laughs. It was, yeah, if you do get the chance, I highly recommend it. Okay, whoever it was muted, obviously, and that was a blessing. I don't know who that was. So, okay, Kersha, when you said about coming over, you had a couple of things that you'd like to talk about, and we are talking about all general stuff at the moment, so feel free. Share what you got.
I would like to get it onto the attention. I don't know how many are listening. I can see it. I cannot see it. In Germany, there is an Ape Primabella. She's on Twitter as well. And she started a petition in the European Parliament. And I'm not good in legal languages, so I just basically know what it's about. It's about the settlement and FTDs. And in Europe, they want, it's a law that says if you have FTDs within a few days, they have to mandatory buy them in. The hedge funds and the big banks want to get rid of it, and they just want to pay the fine. So she started the petition in December, and I've also posted it on Twitter and on LinkedIn a few times. There are around 12,500 signatures now.
Good.
And we need to get around 3,500 more to get it the most active petition. So that's nice, and
Yeah.
it would be nice if we can put pressure in the US to get change, but also in Europe, because on both sides they try to screw us, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So I just wanted to let you know, and the listeners, that everybody, no matter where you live, you can just sign the petition, and it's actually quite easy. You just click the link. I will post it later, and you have to fill in your name and sign the petition, and that's it. And every voice counts, in my opinion.
Yeah, 100%. We just had it with Jay Brown, Dave Lauer, and obviously we the investors. So they've just had a similar.
To comment at the SEC.
Yeah.
I did.
Yeah. So
I hope everybody does.
yeah, I actually did. I believe I did it the very first one when it all come about, and I've definitely done this one, and I flagged it up myself.
It's even here.
Yeah, I do get, I do understand people's frustrations and, over time, everything lets you down. So you tend to do less. you tend to think, oh, nothing will change, so it stops you, and that's why they do what they do. But to have a registered vote or put your name on and be counted, so to speak, will it change the whole world overnight? No, but I think, for me, the big thing is when we are proven correct and nobody can deny it, all the regulators are going to be asked seriously tough questions. And one of the questions along will be, we had this petition or we had people sign this in 2023 on behalf of we the investors. And not only was it ignored, you decided to go a completely different route. So we're telling the world, please comment, please comment. And when people do, you've got 4 or 5 hedge funds or, big players in the market that are having their say, and automatically it goes that route. Now, it won't be through the regulators, probably won't be through too many in Congress, but it definitely will be us, because we'll have it on record. We've got something that Genza was involved in and others, and we'll have their replies, and we'll see what they do with it. It's a way of just holding on to, keeping them on record, that at a later date it will be really valuable. So I get that people might think, well, if I sign it, it's not going to change anything. Okay, maybe you're correct. But afterwards, it's something that we, the investors, and everybody else, every ape out there can revert back and say, look, on this date, we did sign this. It was ignored or it wasn't acted on, etc., etc. Because I know after 2008, there was nothing. There was nothing like that. So for that reason, I feel it's worthwhile.
Right. The Central Securities Depositories Regulations, that's what it's called in Europe, was, how do you say it, got active? No. Came into effect after 2008, I think 2012. Hey, what are you doing here, Jay?
How y'all doing? I'm on lunch. I'm on my lunch break. I just came, like I said, I came to show some support. I appreciate what you guys are doing, running it all day, let people speak and be heard. So I just came to lend my support.
Thank you, my man, and much love for the tip regarding the phone.
Yeah, it's a learning curve, right? Like, that's the thing, bro. You gotta figure it out. So
Yeah,
I'm glad that it helped and you was able to get it done.
it helped massive. I can sort of relate it to people that wanted it to squeeze January, February, March, because I wish I'd spoke to you after 2 hours of trying to put this together and not wait till 48 hours later. I feel like I've run 10 marathons.
Man, I just wanted to comment on something that I just heard, man, and it's something that needs to be heard. Every level of this thing is not going to produce results that that we necessarily want, but we still have to compete on those levels. If they don't do anything with the comment letters, we're participating on that. We make our voices heard on that. And we move on to the next level. You know what I'm saying? Like it's that serious, and people in the U.S. could participate in petitions in the U.K. And all over Europe, because the thing about it is that this is not just a national situation. This is global. What has come of this is that we have retail all over the world that are saying enough is enough. We need to have some parity. So if you can participate, that's why the internet is here. That's why we're able to participate globally now. So like I said, man, I'm all for any one of those things to get it done, no matter whether it's here in the States or in Canada, in Mexico, in Europe, Australia, wherever retail is. That's why I want to be, to make sure that we're pushing this ball forward as a collective,
Great comments, Jay Brown. I can 100% concur. We all want immediate change. There hasn't been effective change of any degree, in my opinion, for years and years. But now we've got 5 to 10 million. 2008 being the last market crash, didn't have 5 to 10 million people shining a light. That puts the other side in a really different position. So, yes, they got all the tools and they can manipulate and they can work in grey areas. They can come up with new ways of doing what they do. They're experts in doing what they do. But we can keep chasing them, monitoring them, shining the light. And if we have a tool out there, why wouldn't we use it? because it was quite right what you did, and with Dave and stuff, you know, flagging up. They're in there commenting. You know, you got Douchey, I call him, but Doogie, and you got Citadel, and all the usual culprits. They're all replying. They're all having their say. But we as retail, they call dumb money. You know, because we've been over life, we've been worn down when nothing changes. We think, well, I won't do it. But this time round, there's an awful lot more of us that can actual fact put our name to something that might give us a chance to change it before. But I think will definitely come into its own after. When we're proven correct, there'll be nowhere for anybody to hide, because we will say, we told you, we told you, we told you. You know, if she can come out, the Congresswoman can come out and say, how is it people on Reddit and Twitter know what's going on in the banking world and the banking world don't, there's a serious problem. So, yeah.
That's the thing, right? I saw something, somebody sent me a link to Robinhood communications department, and Robinhood commented about how these rules could adversely affect retail. And I mean, at this point, and I'm sorry, but at this point, if anybody believes Robinhood has the best interest, like, you better know. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is the way I look at it. You don't have to sign up for retail investors. You don't have to sign up for anything. You can do it as an individual investor, because what you choose and how you choose to voice yourself is up to you. But if templates are out there, if people are putting what they decided to comment on, those breadcrumbs, like I always say, the breadcrumbs, Wolfie has his own brain, and the way Wolfie does something, I may not do it his way. But if he's going to drop a breadcrumb, I'm not going to be dumb enough not to pick it up and say, well, maybe I need to look here. You know what I'm saying? It's almost like writing the outline, giving it to you, writing the outline, and write the paper, giving it to your teacher. She made a couple corrections, and you go ahead and write the paper. You're not using her words, you're using your words, but she just helped you. You know what I'm saying? It's that thing. So just getting out of the way of, you know, people. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't pick a person that I don't like because they give me a breadcrumb, or I do like the so and so forth. I'm looking for the information, man, and wherever the information is, I'm gonna go find it. But at the same time, you use your common sense. You know who's for you, who's against you. And Robinhood is definitely not for retail, so I'm not taking their advice.
Well, I'm a great one to keep saying, we remember, we remember, we remember. I also remember the boy from Bulgaria coming out and talking to people. I believe he did an interview with Elon Musk and a number of others. But I also remember what he said. And what he said was that he was all for retail. It was set up for retail. That Robinhood is there for retail. And I remember he's now flipped full circle, because originally he did raise question marks against the changes that we're now fighting. He was in support for. He said it in a roundabout way and not specific detail. But I know back then he was saying payment for order flow was an issue, for instance. So I think, you know, I'm not surprised Robinhood and Vlad has flipped to what he's saying now today. You know, just they think we forget too quick. They think we don't remember. They think we get sidetracked or distracted, or we're too busy in our lives to pay attention. And that, again, emphasises there's a big difference. There's 5 to 10 million of us that can't stay on top of everything that comes out, who's the first to say it, who first released it. But what we can do is collectively, we don't miss a damn thing. So when they start backtracking, or they come out and say, we never said it, there'll be a percentage of the community and go, yeah, you did. Have a look at this. This is the day you said it. This is where you was. We didn't even tell you what underwear you were bloody wearing. We've got them. We just got to play the game until such a time the final whistle says game over. Yeah.
Like I said, man, I got a dip because I'm gonna come back in Discord when I get off.
Brilliant.
But nah, man, everybody keep, you know, expanding, keep growing past what you think your limitations are. I mean, this today, podcasts popping up, Discord's popping up, conversation. The more positivity we have out there, the more chances we have to drown out those that wish to distinguish the voice of people who finally want to stand up. So always use your own voice. Never let somebody use it for you. And just, you know, keep continuing to reach one, teach one, and just grow. You know what I'm saying? Because that is the thing, right? So appreciate you for having me, dog. I definitely want to come in and show you some support, man. So
All right, guys, I'm going to use that as an opportunity to break away from there for just a minute while we kind of cover some of the numbers that are going on right now. I didn't want to cut off right there in the middle of what Jay Brown was talking about. So let's go ahead and run through our numbers real quick here, and then I'll probably be going back over the Discord. But I do want to I want to let everybody know who wants to show up in the back of the Big Tramp. I will be doing that at our normal time when we toast out the end of the day. We do the last bit of the numbers, and then I'll make sure that I'm in the back of the Big Tramp for anybody who wants to show back there. I'm excited to hear from people who saw Super Mario Brothers movie. I really can't wait to hear. Hopefully Daniel will show up and talk about that a little bit. But I get to go see it tomorrow night. Excuse me. I bought all of our tickets for tomorrow, so we're gonna go see that, and I'm really looking forward to it. But let's take a look at what we got going on with these numbers. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the Big Tramp back up on the screen again. Let me just refresh a couple screens, move them around, and then we'll read it. We'll get into these numbers. Let's see, refresh. All right, starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see off exchange right about 63% with EDGX combined. Let's see what we're at. 51.31% for off exchange. EDGX is 14.67. The combined total 65.98%, or 2.98% higher than it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume, guys, is back up to where it should be. Not really. I don't know if you guys remember this. I mean, it's been like maybe 2 months ish. But we used to run about a quarter of our daily volume through CHX, and now we've got our 30-day average is 1.98%. Right now it's at 1.85, and our volume is pretty high today. And that equates to about 1.176 million shares going through CHX, which is closing of positions, in my opinion. That tells me that there's probably going to be some shares available to borrow, perhaps maybe going into Monday next week. I would expect to see that being the case. But yeah, those are really high numbers. Taking a look at, excuse me, taking a look at Ape. 51.21% going through off exchange. EDGX at 7.03. Combined totals 58.24%, or 3.186, something like that, 1.76% lower than it should be. CHX volume is 0. And GME's CHX volume is 0.25 with a 30-day average of 0.25, so it's actually right on target with the 30-day average. Taking a look at Ortex. As of an hour ago on AMC, there was roughly, 215,000 shares having been borrowed for the day today. That is now 202,000 shares, so it did dip just ever so slightly, leaving us with a short share interest of the free float at 25.1%. Cost per min is at 7.94, average is 880. Whoa, man. This number is hard for me. I don't know why. 878.89% average, and max is at 1.05K. Shares on loan for the day increased by 20,000 shares to 20.29 thousand shares on loan. That's not really enough of a change for Ortex to even register any kind of estimation on a change in short interest. So that was a flat line across. And then on Ape, as of an hour ago, there was 333,000 shares returned. It's now 223. That's going to maybe slightly increase the estimated short share interest of the free float to 5.61%. Cost to borrow min is at 6.53, average is 8.94, and max 10.49. Shares on loan for the day-to-day decreased day over day by 260,000 shares to 28.38%. Or million, sorry, not percent, million. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of call volume is at a $5 strike. As of an hour ago, there was 43.4 thousand contracts. There's now 52.7. puts, highest amount of volume is at a $4.50 strike. An hour ago, there were 17,000 contracts. There's now 20.3. Market's still indicating a closing price somewhere between 4.5 and 5 for AMC by the end of the day. Combined price of AMC and Ape is currently at $6.48. Still trading within that wedge pattern that I've kind of got set up here, and slowly working its way towards the top. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC is on the top 10 with highest amount of orders going through for the day, and we have a 41.4% buy to 58.6% sell ratio. Ape and GME, Ape is still on the list here. This might be the last time we see Ape on the list due to falling volume, but we have 78.31% buy to 21.69% sell ratio. So pretty decent, really decent buy sell ratio on Ape. AMC would trigger SSR today at $3.65, which probably won't happen. Ape did trigger this morning at market open at 1.539. Shares available to borrow. There's been some shares returned throughout the day today, but no change in the last hour. Fees were last seen at 322%. NASDAQ is up 0.63, Dow Jones is up 0.1, and the S&P 500 is up 0.33. We have 3,659 advancers to 2,626 decliners. The market's a little more advancing than it was an hour ago. Banks, I'm only looking for 3% swings in either direction. Silvergate's down 3.4. FRC is up 5.25. Coinbase is up 2.99. WFC is up 3%. And Pac West is up 4.16. Ethereum Classic is down 1.6%. DXY, or the US dollar, is showing down 0.05. WTI, or oil, is down 3.3%. We've got mortgage-backed securities down anywhere from 0.06 to 0.09, and the SPY is up 0.36. VIX is down 2.04. VBR is up 0.17, VB is up 0.22, Tesla is up 0.12, Amazon is up 0.53, Cinemark is up 7.6, Doge is down 2.79, Bitcoin is down 0.37, GME is up 1.88, HYMC is up 10.49, Hood is up 2.82, Ape is down 9.94 at 1.54, and AMC is up 21.75 at 4.935. Inflow versus outflow for the day today, we have approximately $3.6 million more outflow than inflow. 65.98 million shares traded so far after 235 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 109 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is underneath the original prediction I had, which was 130 to 160. But I let you guys know that there was a very likelihood chance that we would see volume very similar to what we saw on Tuesday, somewhere, but likely just a slight bit lower. So I was figuring somewhere between 70 to 90. But based off the numbers that I saw this morning, 130 to 160 is what the pre-market was making it look like. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more buying pressure and selling pressure than RSI of 61.37, which is above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure and selling pressure than RSI of 76.64. Which is signaling overbought. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 72.47, which is overbought. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 63.54, which is above average. On Ape, we have approximately $2.2 million more outflow than inflow. 27.45 million shares traded after 237 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 45.17 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested pre-market data was suggesting somewhere between 9 and 130 million. However, I said same thing would probably be the case for Ape, that we would see 70 to 90 million more than likely, and we're only at 45 right now. I'm extremely surprised by how low the volume is on Ape right now. It's really not making a whole lot of sense. On a 4-hour time interval, there is more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 47.15, which is slightly below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 41.55, which is that's below average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 45.61, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 44.52, which is slightly below average. And let's see here. With that, I can see what it is you guys are writing. Mr. Duck says, can we break 494? I think we can. So, Christos, one of the rules to the channel here is that this is not an airport where you discuss your departures and your arrivals. So I'm just going to remove that. Because really, what it is, all it comes down to is basically you're trying to convince people to do what you're doing, and that's the reason. If anybody's curious why I make that a rule, is that I don't think anybody else should be trying to convince others, to participate in what it is that they're doing on their trading techniques. You let other people do what they want to do. If you want to do what you want to do it in silence. Kenny G says, if we break 5, we fly. I had 516 as the magic number. The first magic number I had was 440. We broke 440. 516 was the next magic number. Yes, Arthur says, and no farting while trading. Yucca says, you're back. I am back. I'm back. Hayden, welcome back, man. Always learning, always saving says, do you think that they have already hatched is 50,000 contract at 5, or do they still need to do that? Wait, what? Do you think that they have already hatched? It's got to be like a phone correction or something. Hatched. You probably mean like sold the contracts at 5. That's probably my guess is you're probably saying selling the contracts at 5. I would imagine. I don't know, man. It's a good question. But I would imagine that creating a bunch of call contracts at a $5 strike, so that you could sell them all, to maybe perhaps get price to kind of halt there might be hedged. Okay. I was trying to think of an H word. I was going like, what? Yeah, possibly. It's very, very possible. Oh, Michael Conley and Yucca figured it out way before I did. Hedged. Good one. Rivik says, I broke the no farting rule and sprayed citrus air freshener. Now it smells like rotting oranges. Yeah, that's not good. That's not a good rule to break. No cutting wind. That was just to be funny. That's not really a rule. I mean, it is a rule. Yeah, I mean, I'm just kidding. That really is a rule. No farting and trading. Hedgies love to give hedge. I like that, food dog. I'm gonna have to use that sometime. It was 516 was the big number. We got to 505. It was close. Maccabee says, "Come on, Casey, this is serious." Fart in silence. That's right. Oh man. Hey, when we get to the serious part, you'll know it. The way that I'm going to be responding is going to be completely different than what you would normally expect to see out of. I mean, the normal Casey that you get and the serious Casey that you get is two different. And I'm talking like I'm just gonna go into silent mode. I'm not even gonna talk to you guys. I'm gonna literally be working, and unfortunately, that's gonna be the way that it is because I gotta focus. Beer says, "Oh shoot, sorry, I looked at AMC. It's going down now. I'll look away." All right, good, because it's going back up now. How often do I hedge in the back of my... Oh man, yucca. Why don't you come back there and find out? I'll show you. Mine can wake Michael Jackson from his grave and immediately kill him all over again. Sir Hodlington says, Casey, when the fuck are you gonna margin call these bad actors? Psh, if I had that power, wouldn't that be awesome? I'd use it. I would definitely use that power. Yep, new high of the day, 506, 507, and increasing. I see it tomorrow. I see Super Mario Brothers tomorrow. Hopefully never, Glenn. I feel like that's like way too low. I don't think they can afford to take it down to $1. And I'll bet you, Glenn, Ape was probably a great example of why they can't take it down to $1 and hold it there. So if the reverse split is happening, shouldn't Ape holding where it is be a good thing if you're an Ape holder? No. You want to see Ape go higher. The reason is that the higher the market cap before the conversion and reverse split, the better. The higher Ape is, the better that price will be afterwards. Ideally, we want the price to be higher than AMC's price. That would give you the best ratio, the best bang for your buck, essentially. Italian Tomato says, Casey, please explain why they can't take it to AMC to $1. Let's just go with a really low number. Let's just say everybody's lied to us. Italian Tomato. Let's say everybody's lied to us, and that there's only 1 million. I'm just gonna go out here real far on a ledge. I'm walking the plank here. I'm out on the edge of that plank and I'm telling you, let's just say there's only 1 million investors. 1 million investors at 517 million shares. How many dollars would it cost each investor to buy their fair share of the entire flow of all the shares? How much would it cost them? And this is making the assumption that this is just 1 million investors and that's it. It's a real easy math problem. You just lop off some zeros, right? Lop off a bunch of zeros and you come up with 3 numbers, right? No, it's more than 150. No. It's the exact number I just gave you. It's 517. 1 million into 517 million is 517. It's 1 divided by 517. Roadhouse says 514. So $517 is how much it would cost each investor to buy their fair share of the float if we only had 1 million investors. That's it. But we have more than that, Italian Tomato. We have at least 3.5 million. At least. So now you can divide that number by 3. You can divide that $517 by 3 because we have at least a 3-to-1 ratio. Or you could divide it by 3.5. And now when you start to realize how little money per person that it would take for us to buy the entire float outstanding, it shows you why they can't drop the price down to those kind of prices. If they were to drop it down to those kind of prices, they would lose complete control. I have not sold. Sitting behind me is still my I always want to call it an Excite bike. I don't know why I want to call it that. My Peloton is still sitting behind me. I'm telling you, dude, if it gets down to $1, I'm selling it. I'm selling the thing and I'm gonna buy. I'm gonna buy. I probably could sell it for, if I had to guess, around somewhere between 1,500 and 2,000. And I'm gonna buy so many shares, and I will take my average cost per share and drop it through the floor. I will absolutely drop it through the floor when I buy those shares at $1. They cannot afford to do this. That's why. It becomes unaffordable. James says 10, Casey, only 10. Hey, if we get down to $1 per share, you guys can say however many shares you want. You guys can tell me however many shares you want if we get down to $1 per share. I'm talking about the total price of AMC. There's just no way it would ever happen. Just zero way it would happen. And I don't have any problem with that either. At $1, holy crap, man. I'm just thinking at $1, if I was able to sink another $2,000, man, oh my gosh. That would reduce my cost average so much. It's not even funny. My cost average per share would just be ridiculously low. No, they're not dumb enough to do that all day 365, and that's the whole reason why it's taken us 2 years to get to where it is that we've gotten to. Because they know that they have to do it by time. If they just try to drop the price and fear people into a sell-off, they're not going to get what it is that they want. This is why it's taken so long. It's the only alternative, because if they get it down too far, then people are just going to buy like crazy into it. So they have to use more time to their advantage than they do price. Stress Changeo says, I think somebody may be covering plus retail buying. Well, I know somebody is closing positions. You can see that through CHX. There's over 1 million shares that have already been traded through that. So I would agree with you that somebody is closing out positions. I wouldn't call it covering, though. If it was covering, I think price would be outrageous right now. Absolutely. I think it would be through the roof. Sam says, "Can I read the news to?" Sure, Sam. Can you link me to it? Let me pull you up on. Would you mind linking it for me? I just went ahead and made you a moderator real quick. Mr. Duck says we're testing the 200 EMA on the 4-hour. This is extremely good. Peter Pearson says I would sell my ass if it went down to $1. Absolutely worth it. I might even start. I would start a OnlyFans for my feet. I would do that. I would start my OnlyFans. What do they call it? OnlyFans page for that. Thank you, Sam. I appreciate it, man. Thanks. I just didn't want to go searching for it. I appreciate it for letting me be lazy. Let's see here. April 6th, Robinhood Financial LLC will pay up to $10.2 million in penalties to several states related to platform outages the company experienced in March 2020 and deficiencies in the brokerage's review and approval process prior to 2021. The settlement comes after investigation by state securities regulators in Alabama, Colorado, California, Delaware, New Jersey, South Dakota, and Texas into the outages on Robinhood's app that shut customers out of trading on pandemic-related volatility. Several states said in a release, Robinhood also agreed in principle last year to settle a proposed class action lawsuit filed by customers over their pandemic outages. Robinhood, this is a quote here, Robinhood reportedly failed to serve its clients, but the settlement makes clear that Robinhood must take its customer care obligations seriously and correct these deficiencies, said Andrew Hartnett, the president of the North American Securities Administration Association, the NASAA. Does that? He is like one S away from spelling NAS. Like, is that NASA? NASA. He's NASA. Which court? He's won too many letters. Which coordinated the investigation in a statement. Robinhood neither admitted nor denied the state's findings. Lucas Moskowitz, Deputy General Counsel and Head of Government Affairs at Robinhood Markets. Why does that last name sound familiar? Moskowitz. I know that's from something. That last name is so familiar. Deputy General Counsel, the Head of Government Affairs at Robinhood Markets, said in a statement the company was pleased to resolve the matter. Moskowitz. I'm looking that name up because hold on a second. I'm looking that up after I'm done reading this article because I recognize that name from somewhere. That settlement relates to the past issues that Robinhood has since invested heavily in improving, including in launch of the 24/7 chat and phone support, expanding our library of educational materials, and strengthening the way we supervise our technology. We remain focused on continuing to break down barriers to the markets for those who were previously kept out, she said. I feel like that's like a reporter's name. I feel like, all right, I'm going to go over and see what you guys are saying because I'm sure you guys are probably telling me who it is. Nope, nobody said anything. Okay, I'm going to look it up here because that sounds like a name from the past I remember. The first thing that comes up is Jared Moskowitz, congressman, Florida's 23rd district. I don't think that's the... Maybe it is. Maybe that is the name I'm thinking of, Jared Moskowitz. Was he a part of? Was there? me go to news. We hit 516, by the way, guys, briefly. I don't know why, but that last name sounds really familiar, Moskowitz, and I don't know why, but it sounds so familiar to me. Yeah, we got to hit 516 and stay above it. If we can stay above 516 for a significant period of time, we should start moving in price pretty good after 516. But if we just bounce off of it, that's not going to count. I feel like it's like my memory is telling me that it's no, not John Malkovich, Andrew. I mean, I could see myself doing something like that by being like, oh, it's really close to that name, and so it's kind of that maybe that's what I'm thinking of. But to me, it sounds like a name of a reporter that I've heard from maybe back in the 80s or 90s. Let me see if I can look up a. Let me see if there's a reporter. While attending the USC School of Cinematic Arts in the late 80s, and early 80s sports reporter David Moskowitz. I think that's who I'm thinking of. He was a sports reporter. I was in California, so that makes sense because it was USC. That might be what it is. And David Moskowitz kind of sounds a little bit like it might be the name I'm thinking of. That might be it. I don't know. It just seems really familiar. Everybody's throwing out all kinds of different last names. Alan Dershowitz. Actually, the numbers have been somewhat high. I mean, it's only a couple percent higher than usual, but I think you're really just seeing a rebalancing back to what it was prior to the settlement. So if I pull up the numbers on the settlement, guys, we're already past what we should have been at this point now. So when we closed on Friday or Tuesday, sorry, man, boy, on Monday when we closed, we were at 511 and 148. So now we're at 510 and 1.509, which puts us positive on our market capital gain. We're now 21 million positive on our market cap from last Monday's closing prices. So essentially, what they've done is they've just reversed everything that they did between Monday to now, after the settlement was called off, or not. I don't know what to call it. Dismissed. I wanted to say called off, like it was like the Hounds or something, calling off the Hounds. No, I'm not thinking of Maury Povich. Yes, and give me about 8 minutes, Mope, and I will have the I'll do the numbers. If there's something specifically you're looking for, I can give it to you right now. What can't you see? Oh, the price? Sorry. You are not the father. Nah, it's not. I'm not thinking of Moskowitz. But some of the Ortex data is at the bottom of the screen. I'll go ahead and refresh it just so you can see what it is currently. There you go. Mike Wazowski. Is it with wait, what? Is it? Shoot, now you got me all screwed up here. AMC customer support, you're screwing with my head. I don't think that's how you spell it. Wazo. Wazo. How did you spell it? Yeah, you didn't. Wizzo. That is not how you spell it, sir. You had me going though for a second. I was sitting there going like, that's not how you spell it. Here, I'll help you out though. I'll help you out. I feel like we should do like. There it is. Wazoo. Mike Wazowski. You're close. Kinda. Not really. It sounded right when I said it, but I was like, wait a minute, that's not right. Something's wrong there. AMC is at $5.10, up 25.8%. Ape is at 1.5, down 12.27%. Oh, you're nowhere close and you knew it. Well, look, I'm not trying to poke fun at you, AMC customer support, because let me just tell you, I am the worst speller in the whole wide world. If I wasn't born in this era, they would probably throw me in some kind of like, well, they would probably put me in a special ed class somewhere, because that's how horrific my spelling is. I mean, they actually did do that to me, but but that's another story. Hold on a second, I got a cough. I mean, so yeah, but that's an entirely different story. Completely unrelated to my spelling. Yucca says spelling is overrated. You know, this is why I laugh at it. I laugh, and it's, you know, I don't really care when people misspell stuff because I have no room to speak. My grammar is terrible. Yeah, it's bad. I don't hold it against anybody. Probably hard to believe that I was a multi-year spelling bee champion in elementary school. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. You gotta check this out. This is back in the I think this would have been like late 90s. I was watching this spelling bee. I'm gonna take you to this page right here. I was watching this spelling bee, and this kid would come up, and they would say, I don't know any big words, so I'm just gonna say supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. So the judges said, okay, supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, and the kid would go, and he'd look up and he, can you give me the definition of that? And then they would give the definition, and then he'd be like this. Like he was like whispering. It was like he was whispering into his mouth or something, or it was almost like he was like telling somebody a secret, like, and you could hear him, like you could hear something going on, like he was having this like conversation, and And then you got supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. SUPER. It was the funniest thing. I had so much fun watching that kid do that spelling bee. I've never had so much fun. It was amazing. I loved watching him. I think he was excellent at what he was doing. He was killing it, and but it was the funniest thing I'd ever seen before. But it really looked like he was like whispering to like his like imaginary little friend or something what the word was, and then almost like he was like listening to see if he could hear it coming back to him correctly. It was the funniest thing. Grant says he was getting help from his imaginary friend. Something. This is way back in the day, Kim, in like the late '90s. So if he had an earpiece, I think most people probably would have seen it. It was funny though. It was really funny to watch. I'm all like, I don't know any big words, so I'm just going to use supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. That's my favorite one. I'll never forget the time, guys, that my kid. So Bradley went to they call them, what do they call those schools? In Arizona, they have, well, actually, it's probably more than just Arizona, but we were living in Arizona at the time, and he went to a the name of the school is Charter Challenge School, or Challenge Charter School. That's it. It was Challenger Charter School or something like that. It was a charter school. Anyways, he comes home from, I want to say it was no, it had to be kindergarten. He came home from kindergarten with his first spelling list, and he had freaking mandibles. Like, they were all body parts, phalanges, mandibles. I don't remember any of the rest of them. Femur. They were all body parts that were part of it. Cranium. I'm trying to think of like all the words that were in there. But anyways, in kindergarten, and he comes home and he asks me, and I'm like looking at it, and I see it, and I read it, and I go like phalanges, and I'm like, I don't know, what is this? I'm like, it's got to be your fingers or some shit like that. It's like, I was like, I don't know what that shit is. How do you teach a kindergartner how to spell phalanges? I was like, this is ridiculous. Like, we didn't get taught this kind of stuff in kindergarten. What is this? Go have some fun. Go play a video game. Oh man, and then oh man, the hardest one though was that was the first one that I said, not phalanges, not cranium, not phalange. What was it? Mandible. Mandible. It's like mandible. Whoever says that in a sentence. if you say mandible in a sentence to me, I'm probably just tuned out to whatever it is you're saying afterwards. I don't know what it is you're saying after, but you say mandible to me, and as soon as you say that, I'm just pretty much like, is there a more fun conversation around here somewhere? Because this isn't happening right here. I know I'm going to be tuning out in about 2 seconds. Uh, so, I am the worst dad ever. I am so bad. Rich says, I fell out with a teacher at school over the usability of one particular word. He said it just wasn't even usable in a sentence or in context, but his oh shit, hold on. Floxin Floxin oh shit, hold on a second. That is way too hard. Who the hell? Seriously? If you're giving kids words like that, that's just dumb. Come on. Really? Hold on a second. I gotta look. I'm gonna look it up. How to pronounce. I gotta hear it. Here we go.
Flossinosinylepilification.
Even this Google American pronunciation couldn't even say it freaking right. Listen to the first part of how robotic this sounds. It's like she doesn't even know how to say it. It's like she just flubbed her way through like the first part of it just so she could like, you know, make it sound like she knows what she's talking about.
Flossinosinylepilification.
Flossification.
Flossinosinylepilification.
I swear, listen, you can hear it. You can hear the robot braking on the first part of it.
Flossinosinylepilification.
Every time it gets to an S.
Flossinosinylepilification.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I thought. Flossinosinylepilification. It was close. It's the closest I'm getting. I heard penetration. Oh, man. Roseanne says, I don't know, Casey. Sounds like it rolled right off her tongue. Stop. You know what, Roseanne? Don't even start. Don't don't you start with me. Myself says it sounds pretty good. Damn it. All right, whatever. Fine. Fine. She did perfect. It's just me. I'm gonna take you guys over to the other page because I don't care what you say. I suck. I know it. You can't take it away from me. I'm gonna go do numbers and stuff because words suck. And I'm not even great at numbers sometimes. Let's see what we got going on with these numbers. I'm sorry, I'm losing it here. What was I saying? Oh yeah, numbers. Mandibles. Oh yeah, I would say mandibles. Are your mandibles hurting? Wow, don't talk to your son like that. Man, that's a private question. I'm losing it. I'm totally losing it. It's just hilarious. All right. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Otherwise, I won't be able to see what it is you're writing. Let's check out our data and see what we got going on here. With off exchange, by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 64% going through off exchange and EDGX combined together. We've got 50.88% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 14.84. The combined total on that 65.72%, or about 1.72% higher than it should be, or what I would expect to see on a regular day. This is from a long time ago. I collected this data, so if you're sitting there going like, we're above it every single day, what the hell are you talking about? It's like, well, I used to collect this data a long time ago. I'm telling you what it used to be. And so if we're higher than that now, it's because we're not even close to what we used to be. So when we start seeing numbers closer to what we used to have, that's when we're going to start seeing price improvement again. But as it stands right now, we're still over. So CHX volume is at 1.91. The 30-day average is 1.98. That's almost 1.5 million shares going through CHX. Does appear that some positions are being closed out. Off exchange for Ape is at 51.7%. Come on. And EDGX is 6.9% for a grand total 58.6%, about 5.4% lower than what it should be by this time of the day. And CHX volume is pretty much non-existent. Taking a look at GME's CHX volume is at 0.22 with a 30-day average of 0.25, so it's starting to kind of taper off a little bit now. Ortex. Mandibles. My cranium hurts. Excuse me while I go take some Tylenol. Actually, they would probably use the medical term for Tylenol. Hypohocra medicine. Torfacloflaine. Borrowed change amount is 245. An hour ago we had 202. It's now 245,000 shares having been borrowed for the day today. That's really not going to impact the short share interest of the free float too much. It's at 25.11% right now. Cost to borrow min's at 7.94. Average is 898.28%, and max is at 1.05K. Day over day, the amount of shares on loan increased by 20,000 shares to 200.29 million shares on loan. There was no increase or decrease in. It was a flat line on short interest yesterday, and then on Ape over here, we've got. As of an hour ago, there was 223,000 shares having been returned for the day. That's still the case. Puts our short share interest, the free float, at 5.61%. Cost to borrow minimum is at 6.53%. Cost to borrow average at 8.94. Max is 10.49. Let's see here. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of call volume for the day today has been at a $5 strike. As of an hour ago, there's 52.7 thousand contracts. There's now 75.5 thousand contracts at a $5 strike. And puts at a $5 strike of increased. Oh, puts were most highest volume was at a $4 strike earlier. It's now $5. And at 4.5, it was 20.3 thousand contracts an hour ago. It's now 24.1 thousand contracts at 5. So market now suggesting a closing price at $5. Go figure. It's max pain for the week. Let's see what we got going on over here. We got combined price at 650 for the day today. I had 602, so I'm off by quite a bit as of right now. But I'll tell you who had a really close number right now is Apex at 503 to 803, which means that his halfway. I guess it's 3 more cents up, and it's going to be exactly. He'll be exactly right on. Man, that would be something to get the bonus point and a bonus point for getting it right on. 650. Man, nice job, Apex. I don't know if he's here or not, but gee whiz. Gee whiz. Let's see here. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC has had enough volume to make this list all day long, both yesterday and today. Both. The word both is pronounced the same in both America and England. Both. AMC currently going down a little bit here in that buy-sell ratio. So the higher we go up in price, the more paper hands we're seeing. We got 39.64% buys to 60.36% sells happening as of right now. And then Ape was the very last one on the list down here earlier, but is now falling off the top 30 most heavily traded stocks according to Fidelity. Taking a look at SSR would have tripped at $3.65 for AMC. Ape at 1.539. It tripped Ape right at market open. No changes yet for quite a while now on a borrowable amount of shares. And the last shares that were borrowed were at a 322% fee. NASDAQ up 0.77, Dow Jones up 0.03, and the S&P 500 is up 0.34. We have 3,527 advancers to 2,763 decliners. The market is more advancing than declining, which is looking really good. The banks, let's see here. I'm only looking for 3% swings or better. Silvergate down 4.09. FRC is up 4.01. And PacWest is up 4.16. Ethereum Classic is down 1.61. DXY is down 0.06. Oil is down 3.29. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.12 to 0.17. And SPY is up 0.37. VIX is down 2.31. VBR is down 0.02. VB is up 0.07. Tesla is down 0.03. Amazon up 0.64. Cinemark is up 6.97. Doge is down 2.81. Bitcoin is down 0.43. GME up 2.04. HYMC up 10.4. Hood is up 2.58. Ape is down 12.28 at basically $1.50. And AMC is at 23.83% up at 502. And on AMC, we have approximately $4.3 million more outflow than inflow. 81.04 million shares traded so far after 283 minutes worth of trading. Putting us on a pace for 111.7 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That nice little push in volume right there helped kick back up a little bit, but still not within that 130 to 160 volume range that I had kind of guesstimated. But it is kind of pushing us a little bit more towards that 90 million. I said earlier in this morning, there's a strong chance that we'll see about the same amount of volume or just slightly less, which was 90 million on, actually, what was the exact number? The exact number was 90.3 million shares traded. So we're getting closer and closer to that number. On a 4-hour time interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 62.22, which is above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 76.62, which is overbought. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 72.34, which is signaling overbought. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 57.99. Which is slightly above average. On Ape, there is approximately just 2 million shares or $2 million more outflow than inflow for the day today. 32.65 million shares traded after 284 minutes of trading, putting us at pace for about 44.83 million shares on Ape by the end of the day. It's possible part of the reason why we're seeing volume so low today on Ape is because of short exemption was tripped when it hit $1.539. So it's possible that may be the reason why you're seeing price suppressed so well and volume falling because of that short exempt volume was hit. On a 4-hour chart, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI at 44.1, which is slightly below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 36.59, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 40.45, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 30.52, which is below average, almost signaling oversold. And with that, I'm probably just going to wrap us out for the day today here. I'm going to pull up this screen real quick here, just so you guys can see the difference in what it looks like now versus put in 498 versus Monday's close and 1.5. So we're about 48 million now underneath the market cap close of Monday, but we're real close to the same numbers. All right, it's time for me to go to break. Trying to decide if I should go back to that Discord or just play music. Do you guys have any preference? Do you want me to go back and play what's being said in that Discord, or you guys would you rather hear music? I'll leave it up to you guys. I just need I don't want to put a poll up or anything, but do you guys have a preference? DJ's saying music. Myself, take care, man. But hey, myself, before you go, wait a minute. Hold up. You missed the fact that I played your song choice for the day today. I don't think I saw you in here when we played it. Oh, excuse me. What are they chatting about? I have no idea. I'm not in there. Oh, excuse me. I'm full of burps all of a sudden. Whew. I normally mute those, but those just snuck out. It looks like it's a little bit of a mixture. Like some of y'all want music, some want Discord. If you want to go to the Discord, you guys can go to at Mick Rooney 2021, and I've got it posted up to the top there. You can send him a Twitter DM, and he can give you a link to get into the Discord to be able to talk in there. So I'm gonna go ahead and just play some music while I'm gone, and let me put that up there for you guys. Give me just 1 second here. I just realized that my data's gone. Where did my data go? There it is. I'll put up my message and give you guys a little bit of music, and then get out of your hair for a little bit, and then I'll see you guys back here at about 2:10. We can toast out the day to Richard and Hazel for their birthdays today, and then I'll open up the back of the Big Tramp. Anybody who wants to come back there and talk can do that. All right, see you guys in a bit. Oh, what happened to the music? Who turned that off? What the hell? Sorry about that. You know what it reminds me of, though? It reminds me of this. Let me just show you what it reminds me of.
I ponder of something great. My lungs will fill and then deflate. They fill with fire, exhale desire. I know it's dire, my time today. I have these thoughts so often I ought to replace that slot with what I once bought. Cause somebody stole my car radio and now I just sit in silence.
Cheers, guys.
Sometimes quiet is violent. I find it hard to hide it. My pride is no longer inside. It's on my sleeve, my skin will scream, reminding me of who I killed inside my dream. I hate this car that I'm driving. There's no hiding for me. I'm forced to deal with what I feel. There is no distraction to mask what is real. I could pull the steering wheel. I have these thoughts so often I ought to replace that slot with what I once bought. Cause somebody stole my car radio and now I just sit in silence.
Hazel, happy birthday. Richard, happy birthday. Cheers to you guys. I hope you have a wonderful birthday. Cheers.
Ponder of something terrifying, cause this time there's no sound to hide behind. I find over the course of our human existence, one thing consists of consistence, and it's that we're all battling fear. Oh dear, I don't know if we know why we're here. Oh my, too deep, please stop thinking. I liked it better when my car had sound. There are things we can do, but from the things that work there are only two, and from the two that we choose to do, peace will win and fear will lose. It is faith and there's sleep. We need to pick one, please, because faith is to be awake, and to be awake is for us to think, and for us to think is to be alive. And I will try with every rhyme to come across like I am dying to let you know you need to try to think. I have these thoughts so often I ought to replace that slot with what I once bought. Cause somebody stole my car radio and now I just sit in silence.
Come on, guys, pump it. Get that energy going. Pump it.
finder of something great. My lungs will fill and then deflate. They fill with fire, exhale desire. I know it's dire, my time today. I have these thoughts so often I ought to replace that slot with what I once bought. Cause somebody stole my car radio and now I just sit in silence.
Yeah! Screw 'em! Screw the hedgies! Screw 'em! Man, I love it. Good stuff. That was 21 Pilots. If you guys haven't heard them before, it's an amazing group, man. They always get me going. But anyways, it's time to do the numbers. Is this Cafe Disco? Point Break's like, what the hell's going on here? I love 21 Pilots, man. It's like one of my favorites. Yeah, Joe Pounce says 21 Pilots Car Radio. It's a kick-ass song. They have so many kick-ass songs. It's great. I love it. Did you ever check out the Professor of Rock or Jeff Rose Dirty Country songs? Oh man, I'm so bad with names. I'm not sure. I want to say yes, but I don't want to lie. So I don't know. I can't recall. Pilots. Pete 21 Pilots. Get out of here, Yucca. All right, here we go. Let's take a look at the numbers. Let's see what we got going on here. Are they actual pilots? No. You guys are crazy. Let me take you over to the other screen. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, questions, comments, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let's take a look at what we got going on for these final numbers for the day here. Moving a couple screens around real quick. And there we go. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 66% combined between off exchanges and EDGX. Currently, we got 51.65% going through off exchanges for AMC. EDGX is at 14.08%. Combined total 65.73%, or dang near right, exactly 66%. CHX volume is 2.43% of the total daily volume, with a 30-day average of 2.02 now. And volume is at 2.1 million shares going through CHX. Screwing them. We're screwing them good time. They're closing out positions left and right now. It's a lot of positions being closed out. Exchange for Ape off exchange is 53.09%. EDGX is 6.65. We're at 59.74%. It's a little bit lower than it should be by this time of the day, by about 6.25% lower. CHX is 0.01 with a 30-day average of 0.09. Not a whole lot of change there on GME. It's at 0.2 with a 30-day average of 0.25. So CHX volume is a little bit low on GME, but it started out kind of high today, but then it just kind of faded out. Let's take a look at what we got going on AMC's Ortex data. An hour ago, there was 245,000 shares having been borrowed for the day. Today, it's now 293,000 shares. It's not really that much of an increase, but we've got short-term interest in the free float up to 25.11% now. Cost per minute is at 7.94, average 867.04%, and max is at 1.05K%. And total amount of shares on loan increased by 20,000 shares day over day, putting us at 200.29 million shares on loan. Zero change in short interest. For Ape, an hour ago, there was approximately 223,000 shares having been returned. It is the same number. Short share interest on the free float at 5.61%. Cost per min's at 6.53. Average is 8.94. Max is 10.49%. Shares on loan is at 28.38 million shares on loan. That is 260,000 shares more or less on loan today. So they returned 260,000 shares of Ape overnight. And on options, let's see. We got call options at a $5 strike. There was 75.5 thousand contracts an hour ago. There's now 88.9 thousand contracts at a $5 strike. And on puts, highest amount of volume is at a $5 strike as well. It went from 24.1 thousand contracts to 34,000 contracts. I'm just going to call it 34.1 because it's close enough. Yeah, crazy day today. What a day. Taking a look at combined price of AMC and Ape, we're at $6.43. Still kind of trending within that wedge, and I've got the breakout set out here for sometime either today or next week on Monday, because we don't trade tomorrow. We're off. We got Good Friday. Taking a look at why isn't this updating? Come on, Fidelity. You have one job to do. One job. All right, moving on. You done had your chance. Trigger price for SSR. Oh, wait. Hold up. It popped up. It popped up in my peripherals. AMC, Ape, and GME are the only ones I'm looking for here. AMC has a 39.32% buy to 60.68% sell ratio. Not doing too hot on that buy-sell ratio, but usually when price does go up like this, we do see paper hands initially. Taking a look at Ape and GME, they are not on the list here, likely due to lower volume. Which is kind of odd because Ape didn't really have all that much low volume, but it didn't put it on the volume that it did have didn't put it on the highest 30 most highest traded stocks. SSR would have tripped today for AMC at $3.65. Ape did trip today at 1.539. I can't wait to see that short exempt volume in the aftermarket hours today because man, it's going to be probably just through the roof. Shares having been returned hasn't changed for a couple hours now. Fees were last seen at 322%. It's getting ultra hard to borrow right now. NASDAQ is up 0.68. Dow Jones is down 0.09. The SP 500 is up 0.23. We have 3,349 advancers to 2,949 decliners. The market is more advancing than declining. Banks only looking for 3% swings here. FRC is up 4.35. And PacWest is up 3.3. Some are down, some are up. A little bit of a mixture. Ethereum Classic is down 1.97. DXY, or the US dollar, is up 0.01. WTI is down 4.23. That's oil. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.14 to 0.19. SPY is up 0.25. VIX is down 3.51. VBR is down 0.15. VB is down 0.09. Tesla is down 0.35. Amazon is up 0.87. Cinemark is up 6.62. Doge is down 3.12. Bitcoin is down 0.58. GME is up 1.45. HYMC is up 10.3. Hood is up 2.56. Ape is down 12.44 at 1.497. And AMC is up 20.78% at 4.89. Inflow versus outflow for the day today. We've seen about $5 million more outflow than inflow. 91.3 million shares traded so far for the day today. After 5 hours and 5 hours, 354 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 100.6 million shares traded by the end of the day today. In pre-market, I suggested somewhere between 130 to 160, so it's about 30 million shares less than what I was expecting. I did mention to you guys I was probably overestimating and that we would see somewhere closer to 70 to 90 million shares. So we're going to be a little bit over that. A little bit over, a little bit under. It's hard to predict these volume days with this pre-market volume. Showing up the way that it is. On Ape. Oh, wait. On a 4-hour time interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 58.85, which is above average. On a 1-hour time interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 67.7, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 61.73, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 42.03, which is below average. On Ape, there is approximately $1.3 million more outflow than inflow for the day today. 37.37 million shares traded so far after 355 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 41.05 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That's lower than anything I would have expected I had originally 90 to 130 million in shares traded for my prediction, and then said that again, same thing with this one, that we'd see somewhere probably between 70 and 90, and it's way lower. Don't know what to tell you. Just super low volume today. My best guess is that the short exempt volume is probably pretty large, and maybe part of the reason that they were able to suppress volume for the day to day by minimizing the amount of price movement that occurred, as there really wasn't a whole lot. We saw it swing anywhere from 146 to 158 on the price swing for the day to day. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 44.46, which is slightly below average. On a 1-hour time interval, there's equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 37.6, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, slightly more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 40.85, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 41.02, which is below average. And I think that's it. That's all I got for you guys. I'm going to head over to the back of the Big Tramp. If you guys want to meet me there, we can talk about whatever it is that you want to talk about, as that's your moment to shine, to talk about the topics you guys want to talk about. There it is. I am back in the back of the Big Tramp. Anybody else who wants to show up, go right on ahead. Let's see here.
Who's back here?
You and me, sir. How's it going, Yucca?
How's it going, Casey?
Good to hear you.
Cheers.
Cheers. Cheers. Did you see Mario yet? Super Mario Brothers yet?
Not yet.
I'm going tomorrow.
Not yet. Yeah, I thought you were gonna go. I thought you went yesterday, but I think it was Danny.
Yeah,
who went
Danny.
to see it yesterday.
Yeah, I want to get. Hopefully, he comes into the back of the Big Tramp and lets us know how that went. I'd love to hear his take on the movie.
Yeah, I think Fu is gonna go today. I'm not too sure.
Oh, nice.
You know, that's what I've heard, but I don't think. I don't know if that's accurate or not. Let's see if Fu comes back here.
I'm here, just waiting to see what if anyone else was going to jump in.
Oh, you're already here. You want some candy? He has candy in the back.
Hey,
the homemade kind.
Have you seen it yet? Super Mario Brothers, or are you seeing that tonight?
I have not. The only AMC that I have in my area is it's like a low grade dollar. Not, it's probably not $1 now, but it's probably like a $5 movie, and they run old movies.
Oh, I know those. They're the musty, sticky carpet.
Ooh.
And it's in a part of town. I mean, I could probably get away with going there, but it's probably not for me.
We have one of those in Austin. Well, I should say we had one of those in Austin. It's not there anymore, but it was the Discount Theater, and I've only been in that theater one time, and I went to go put my arms down on the armrests, and immediately as soon as I put my arms down, I was like, something's not right here. So I lifted my arms, and my skin was peeling off of the I could feel my skin peeling off the armrests, and I was like, "This is so nasty." I was like, "I'm never coming back here again." It was gross.
We call those theaters the Pee Wee Herman theaters.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Damn it.
No, this was not that kind of theater. No, this is a different. This was different. It was still gross.
There's a theater here in Albuquerque that has like the really nice chairs, like the lazy boys that come out and everything. And I can't figure. I've looked everywhere and I can't figure out if it's an AMC or not. But it looks like all the other AMCs that have the same chairs. It's really weird.
New Mexico.
Albuquerque.
How do you like it?
Hate it.
Why you stay?
But the weather's nice. My kids are here and they won't leave. But I keep telling them, I keep threatening them, I'm either going to move to Texas or Florida, and they're like, no. Little brats.
No, I mean, if they're, I think you should just go. I think you should just leave. Just leave and tell them, like, look, I'll come back and visit.
It's just weird. I got divorced when they were younger, and as they started getting close to their teens, then they didn't want to come and hang out with dad anymore because they were, sophisticated ladies by the time they were 11. Lol. And, but now that they're older, they're like, oh crap, dad's the cool one around here. So now they want to come and stay with and hang around with me all the time. So it's really kind of a conundrum for me.
Yeah, I know exactly what it is that you're talking about, and yeah, I get it.
Yeah. But luckily, I found this little tiny house that they snuck into an area where there's like state senators and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And so I don't get the crime that you normally do in Albuquerque. And they send the street sweepers. I haven't seen a street sweeper in 20 years. And all of a sudden I move into this house and they come by every 3 months, because the representatives live around here. And I got lucky to buy this house for so cheap.
Wait, isn't Albuquerque where they did Breaking Bad?
Yes, sir.
What? You probably even know the house where it was filmed at.
I've been down that road before. I mean, I've been there, around there.
I bet that was like the coolest thing to have that like
not
filming.
the meth road.
You probably know the car wash and all that kind of good stuff. What was the Gus's Chicken?
Oh yeah.
What's it really called?
Yeah,
the Gus's Chicken restaurant. What's it really called?
I don't know. I think it was. I didn't really even look into where that was, but I know the car wash because I used to live on that side of town. And that used to be the nice side of town. Now it's kind of everything's kind of turned into hell.
Peter says people still throw pizzas on the roof of that house. Huh.
Wow.
A waste of food. Point Break Thor says, "Fool, make more kids."
He just might after this is all over. He might just do that.
Oh no. I could afford them. I wanted to have like a little army.
Do it in a different state though. That way you can move. And you have a reason.
Imagine every state, fool. You can leave, your imprint.
Leave puppies everywhere.
Everywhere. So wherever you go,
there's foo.
It'll go, the traveling foo will go everywhere.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know if that's a good idea with all this money that we're gonna get. Then it's gonna be gone. The mothers are gonna come after you.
Oh yeah. Well, I'd give them a fake name. Are you kidding me?
Wait, you're gonna give them Foo. That's your real name. What's the fake name that you're gonna give them?
Well, I used to always use Jonathan.
That makes sense.
As my fake name.
And your real name is Fu.
And my real name is Fu, the dog. My last name is the dog.
That's royalty.
Fuge.
My real name sounds like a bad word in Spanish, so it's kind of hilarious.
I feel like you told us that one time.
It's yeah. If you say it with a Spanish accent, it really sounds bad.
Like a bad word, not like cabron.
Not like cabron or way.
Puta.
And by the way, KC, you know how you call Gooey?
Yeah.
Gooey's World?
Yeah.
It's actually a play on words as a kind of a bad word in Spanish. It's pronounced way. Way's World.
Way's World?
Yeah.
You knew that, Casey.
I did?
Yeah.
I'm so confused right now. Gooey, because wasn't I pronouncing his name wrong?
Yes, and it was hilarious.
What was I saying? What was I saying? I can't remember. How did I say it?
Gooey. You were saying Gooey's World.
Oh, okay, and how is it supposed to be pronounced?
Way's World.
Way's World?
Like Wayne's World?
Yeah. I don't remember. Where is Gooey? I haven't seen Gooey in a hot minute.
I haven't seen him in a while.
Huh.
Look at that. We got more people in the back.
Oh, do we? We have more people? Who do we have?
I came for the free Wi-Fi.
Oh, it's kick-ass free Wi-Fi. I mean, it literally kicks you in the ass.
Nice.
We got D-Money in here too. How's it going, D-Money?
Hello, can you hear me?
I can.
Oh. Well, hello, mate.
How's it going?
I'm doing good, sir. That's the first time being back here. I watch y'all on YouTube, but finally got your Discord, so now I can get back to Big Tramp. I want to say hello and hello, everybody.
We got a virgin.
Hello.
We got a virgin. Virgin Big Tramper. How's it going? Good to see you.
Cleaned up in here.
How's it? Let everybody know. How does it smell? Fresh, right? Yeah, that's what I thought. Just like home.
Breeze. Yes.
Smells like my van.
Smells like your van. Oh man. Let's see here. Nikki says hello, by the way. She's saying hello.
Hi, Nikki.
Nikki,
you gonna
jump
come
in the
back? Yeah, come back here.
we have candy, Nikki.
Yeah.
It's so bad.
There's room here. Scoot over.
Watch your
There's
step.
room.
It's slippery.
Yeah, there's room between the fool and myself. You can sit between us.
Nikki, you ignore these guys. You just ignore them. They're all testosterone.
I got mushrooms. Come back here.
Lemon something, right? Lemon scented mushroom.
Lemon tech.
Lemon tech. That's
Lemon
it.
tech. Yeah.
Maynard says, I was going to hop in the back of the Big Tramp, but I was scared. Probably because it's a big old sausage fest. I don't blame you, Maynard. That's all right. Don't you worry. It's just it's mildly scary at first, and then it feels like home.
And then the only thing that Casey doesn't tell you is that you can't see on the computer that he's actually just wearing his boxers.
Dude,
that's all he's wearing there.
No. I'm wearing today. I was wearing these are like some really old Costco shorts I've got on today. I don't usually wear these very often because they're like I consider these to be my painting shorts. And so they're spotted with like paint splotches and stuff here. You know, it's like little tiny spots all over the place. But anyways, they're my painting pants, and I kind of I put those on this morning, and I was gonna change, and I was like, you know what? It's Friday. It's Thursday, but it's a Friday, and it's a dress down day, and I put on a Nirvana shirt. And I was like, you know what? It's just gonna be a dress easy day today. You know, it's a dress down Friday. So I didn't get all fancy for you guys today. I'm bare bones.
Well, they're better than the Big Tramp short shorts.
Big Tramp short shorts. We like short shorts. Man, how low that was? That was like back in the 80s. Was that a leggings commercial or something? What was that? We like short shorts. What was that from? That was like
Daisy Dukes.
It was
I thought it was was it a Nair commercial for shaving your legs or something?
I don't know. I can't
didn't it come-
remember.
Short shorts. I think it was like a Mix-a-Lot commercial or something.
What's that?
It was for legs.
Legs.
Pantyhose.
Yes, it was for legs pantyhose. That's what it was. Yes, that's right. Yep. I remember now. Man, it's been I feel like the industry for like good commercials is just gone. I don't know about you guys, but I used to watch a lot of Super Bowl for the commercials, and I just don't it's not there anymore. There's no enjoyment out of the commercials these days. There's very few that really kind of like just make me just laugh hysterically.
They're dry.
It's so dry. It's so dry. I mean, it's drier than Yucca's grandma imagination when he was on shrooms.
Yeah, I felt dry. Yeah, I don't know if it was my grandma. It's probably me.
Yucca was feeling that dry. It was dusty.
I traveled ahead of time, and I was tasting myself as an old person.
No.
Dry.
It wasn't just an old person, it was an old woman. It was not you were
an old
Yes, you were imagining yourself as an old woman, and that's more that you went on a whole different plane, sir. You really did.
That was something else.
Yeah.
Yes.
Brandon's saying it was for Nair hair removal. I thought it was for legs. I don't know.
Who's? I think it's Foo Shotgun. Shirley. Hi, Shirley. Come back here. We have space.
Shirley, come on into the back of the Big Tramp. We got plenty of room. You can ride shotgun.
We have
come back here.
I got cake.
We have Gouda cheese and candy.
Ooh, it's
homemade.
Fancy.
Yes,
Fancy in
Nikki,
here.
that's me talking right now.
Shirley says, Foo, you sound different than what I imagined. Softer.
Softer.
Wait. Let me see. Yep. Oh, yeah. He's very soft. He's really soft. But he's hard. He's hard on the outside, but soft on the inside. He's like an M&M. He's like an M&M.
Oh my god. Shirley, don't be scared. Come on in.
No tengas miedo. Ven para atrás.
Thank you, Nick.
Come
Joe
on, man.
says I'm limp.
I have no idea what you said.
Oh, in Spanish, I'll translate. Don't be scared. Come back. Come back here.
Okay. Yeah.
It was for Nair.
What's that?
There's a hot.
I'm positive it was for Nair. Hair remover.
Hair remover.
Oh.
Foo gets a point.
There you go. There's a hot tub back here too, Shirley.
Joe Pounce said, "Not true." He said, "Sit on my lap, sexy thing."
That's what I was thinking. Don't get in my brain. Don't get in my head.
Maynard, are you saying "ree" all day long? Only Maynard would know what I'm talking about.
Is that a Seattle thing? Is that a Seattle joke?
No, it's something from Salty Cracker on YouTube. He's so damn funny, I swear.
Salty Cracker on YouTube.
There, he responded.
He did. He knew exactly what you were talking. You guys know each other apparently.
Well, we see each other on there, and then we get salty. That sounded gay. Oh god.
I remember like actually it seems like more like 5 years ago or so. Salty was like the big thing. Like everybody was salty. Salty gamers, salty investors, everything was salty. It didn't matter what it was salty. It was kind of fun. I liked those. I liked it when people were salty. It's like GME investors. They're salty.
That reminds me, why isn't Andrew in the back of the big tramp? I don't understand.
Andrew?
Yeah.
Franchise. I don't know.
Oh gosh, Ape looked like a zipper there for a little while, didn't it?
It still is. It's like straight across the board. Look at that. It's like a zip down. It's insane. I mean, they just like literally pin the price right at 150 and then just stick it there the whole time. So what do you guys, does anybody have any fun things you've got planned for the 3-day weekend?
It's my birthday today.
Richard, happy birthday.
Yeah. Thanks.
Anything special planned for the day today? Do you have any fun events?
Yeah, I'm going to dinner with my buddy, and then we're going to see the Mario Brother movie.
Nice. Are you hoping for a 10?
What's that?
Are you hoping for a 10, or are you gonna pass on it?
A 10?
10, with the bucket, the popcorn bucket.
Oh, the 10. Yeah, no, I hope they have some. I'm gonna probably get 2 of them actually. I'm taking his whole family, so.
Nice. That's awesome, man.
Got my AMC hoodie.
Wait, did you buy it online?
Yeah, I got actually 2 of them.
Dude, how in the world did you manage to do that? Were you like waiting forever for it or what?
The first one took like probably 3 or 4 weeks, and then the other one I just ordered about a week ago, and it took 3 or 4 days to get here.
Oh man, you're so lucky.
It should be back.
What did I miss?
They should give you a discount when you go to the movies wearing that.
Right?
Yeah.
That would be cool. I still want to buy one of the hats. I want that black hat. Tony DeNaro's got it. I can't believe that guy. He gets like all the cool hats. I mean, I like my hat. I really do like my hat, but I really want one of those AMC hats though. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna go to the website right now and check it out and see if they've got any more. Like, I feel like every time I go and check, I always like get disappointed, and so I get frustrated, and I'm like, I give up. I'm gonna go there right now and see if I can find one though. Hi.
I didn't see any on there last time I
Ethan
looked.
Hawke? Wow, that's cool. I don't know who Ethan Hawke is. Apparently, one of my kids went to the museum today and saw Ethan Hawke. I don't know who Ethan Hawke is.
It's like a movie star.
Ethan Hawke. American act. Oh, I know who Ethan Hawke is. Okay. Yeah, I know who he is. I just had to look him up. I mean, I'm just really Dead Poet Society. Oh, he's been in a lot of stuff. A lot of good stuff. Oh, it's the Training Day guy. Oh, that was such a great movie. Wow, that's cool. All right, I gotta see if they've got any more of these. I'm pulling up the merch, the merc.
I actually got some of the silver coins from Highcroft that has AMC on it.
Dude, you're like the buying. Do you have like a sniper thing on the internet to get this stuff? Like, how in the world are you getting all this? It's insane.
No, they're still available. They're not the first ones I missed out on, but the second run, I got 4 of those.
So this is the first time since I guess apparently they put in place this new function now where you like stand like in this like virtual line. So I just got in line on AMC here for merchandise, and it says my estimated time is 1 minute. Oh look, that wasn't too bad. And actually, oh hey, are there?
Are the AMC adult toys
There's
available yet?
There's everything seems to be in stock. No
that's
way.
interesting.
No way.
AMC lingerie.
I don't see the hats yet though. I'm still scrolling down. Ooh, hon, they've got a cool icy tank top you'd like. They even have icy machines.
There you go. Look,
Look at the icy machines.
the onesies.
The onesies.
Yeah, those fit you. Oh, there you go.
Let's see, onesies.
The
Right down
icy.
here. Let's see, onesies. Where'd those go? I thought I saw the. There they are, right there.
Look, for food, they have the nylon dog collar.
Dude, the sweatshirts are back in stock. I might have to grab me. I might have to grab me one. Which color did you get, Richard?
Oh, I got the gray and the black one.
Which one do you like better?
Yeah, the quality's both good on them. I kind of like the black one.
Yeah, that's what I'm leaning towards.
It's I like the just on the front and on the back and the black and red looks good.
Is that
Andrew?
Go ahead.
Andrew says he needs an icy machine. Do they have any of those?
Yeah, they do. Let me go back to it. Icy machine. It's on page 2 if you scroll down to the very bottom. There's oops, I just scrolled too fast.
Is this what we're looking at?
Right
oh,
here.
That's nice. What is that?
This icy machine right here.
Oh, okay. I see it now.
For $150, you can get yourself your own icy machine. I don't know how you get more packets to mix the stuff, but
Wow.
there's 2-pack you can buy. It looks like it might come with like 2 packs of syrups. That's pretty cool, man. If you do like fun icy.
Yeah.
Can you imagine that in the back of the Big Tramp? That'd be cool.
We can imagine. Yeah, and then you can pour a bunch of mushrooms in there, and then
Yeah.
we can have a good time.
Yeah.
I'll bring the mushrooms.
There you go. It's got to be lemonade slushy though. Oh, that's nice. What's the warranty?
The warranty. Oh wait, let me go back. Hold on. I didn't look and see.
There's no warranty.
No, I clicked the wrong thing. Is there a warranty? I didn't see it. I didn't see anything.
Yeah, I think there's no warranty. Sold as is.
If it breaks, it breaks.
It breaks, yep.
Yeah, this $40 hoodie is not bad looking though. I might have to pick this up.
Oh, it's not available for points.
These hoodies are fitted and run small, so please consider ordering one size up, it says. XXXL. You know, because not because I'm a big guy, but more because it just says XXX. Let's see what size would I really need here.
Yeah. I would agree. I got a large the first time, and it's a little small.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I would go XXXL. I don't know.
I don't know. That's the size of a comforter for
A what?
king. A comforter, you know.
A comforter?
For your bed.
For a bed?
That's the size.
Sounds perfect. Sign me up. Oh man.
Hello, Casey.
Man, G, how's it going?
I am good. How are you?
Good. I'm doing great. About ready to finish this day up here.
Are you on a shopping spree?
Well, I mean, not really, but I was just looking because I haven't been back in the. I kind of got frustrated with always being sold out. They don't even have the hat in stock anymore, and so I thought I'd go check and see. So, you know, see if they had any more hats. I might have to pick up one of those sweatshirts.
You have one head. How many hats do you need?
Oh, ma'am, I have two. don't sell me short. What's that?
Didn't you just get a hat?
I did, but you know, I kind of want to have a new one ready to go for the future, you know?
Oh Lord.
Well, it's always good to be prepared. You never know what's going to happen.
Never know. What's
you can have one for every day.
What is happening though? So the lawsuit is pending.
Well, you really picked a bad time to come in here and ask questions because it's literally the end of the day.
Well, that's okay. I can let you go. I know where to find you, so I will talk to you later. No big deal.
All right, sounds good. I'm gonna go ahead and sign off, guys. I'll be back in a minute after I close out the stream, and I'll see you guys back here in just a few minutes. I can answer questions then.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
All right.
I'll be back.
Don't long.
Right as the very end, as I was getting ready to close everything out. What's going on? Let's get this day ended here, guys. You know what time it is. Unfortunately, like usual, all good things must come to an end. Eat, sleep, drink. Get plenty of rest. You have a 3-day weekend ahead of you because tomorrow we are not trading. That's right. Tomorrow is Good Friday. Spend time with your family. Spend time with your friends. Spend time with your pets. Take them out for a walk because they like getting outdoors too. And go see a movie, for crying out loud, because that's what we're here to do, is support AMC. But above all else, don't have a good 3-day weekend. Have a great one. Dang it. I can't. There we go.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery.
Go for launch.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and then.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
They say that I'm a warrior, so what you say about me? Baby, I'm a champion, no matter what you say about me. Baby, I'm a soldier, so what you say about me? Baby, I'm a champion, no matter what you say about me. They say that I'm a warrior, so what you say about me? Baby, I'm a champion, no matter what you say about me. They say that I'm a warrior, so what you say about me? Baby, I'm a champion, no matter what you say about me. They say that I'm gonna be a star one day. If I just dedicate my life to the game, I aim for the sky and I walk through fire. If you give me one shot, I'ma take it. If you give me two more shots, I'ma make it. I'm gonna destroy this, I'm gonna own this. You better catch me if you can. You better catch me if you can. If I fall, I'm gonna rise. Like a phoenix, I'll fly. They say that I'm a warrior, so what you say about me? Baby, I'm a champion, no matter what you say about me. They say that I'm a warrior.
say everybody will remember my name. I reach for the stars into the Hall of Fame. My only desire, I walk through fire. If you give me one shot, I'ma take it. If you give me 2 more shots, I'ma make it. I'm gonna destroy this, I'm gonna own this. You better catch me if you can. You better catch me if you can. If I fall, I'm gonna rise. Like a phoenix, I'll fly. They say that I'm a warrior, so what you say about me? Baby, I'm a champion, no matter what you say about me. They say that I'm a warrior, so what you say about me? Baby, I'm a champion, no matter what you say about me. Say that I'm a Say that I'm a Say that I'm a They say that I'm a warrior, so what you say about me? Baby, I'm a champion, no matter what you say about me. They say that I'm a warrior, so what you say about me? Baby, I'm a champion, no matter what you say about me.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder. These apes got your back, we got each other.